Yes. All right. So as I said, this is an international backgammon tournament, and today I'm told we have a very special international player. Could you say your name, please?
My name is Akiko Yazawa from Japan.
You're from Japan, and you came all the way from Japan to come to this tournament?
Yeah, this is one of the best tournaments in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exciting. And I hear that you're ranked very highly in the world.
So I won world championship twice. So two times world champion.
You're a two-time backgammon world champion.
Yeah.
And where did you win these world championships? What country?
So world championship is always in Monte Carlo, Monaco.
Wow. And you said that your match is going to be streaming?
Yeah.
Streaming live in Japan and over the world.
All over the world, and my opponent is also former world champion, Joe Russell from US. So he's over there.
Yes? Oh, this is your opponent?
Yeah, yeah. So he
Okay.
is here.
All right. So good luck and enjoy the match.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You want to trade 20%?
20%. So do you think can I start?
Who's doing the commentary? Huh? Well, why don't we? I've got a sandwich coming. Why don't we wait till you get the commentator? A few minutes.
I mean, it might be more than a few minutes. So it would be fully remote. So if you someone who's available.
So Joe, my sandwich will come later. So
When
so
it
we
comes together, we'll just stop, take a break.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I need a small.
No, it was on its way.
Are you okay with this? This is a big song. Dice should be. Joe, do you have a side bed?
Huh?
Side food.
Yeah, both sides.
Both.
Yeah, you too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good looking guy. So Brad, you heard all the announcements? You heard all the announcements?
I can
think that's good. They play Dion Checker.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
You didn't happen to you in all these matches so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just double check. Jeff, we're playing Dion Checker, right? Six.
7. Rosemary. Stefan.
The advanced division has begun. Please find your opponent and start your match. today we just started the main event. So players have been here over the last couple of days playing other jackpots and warm-up tournaments and things like that. But today is the big one. It's the one that everybody plays in. We've got 27 players in the top division. We've got 14 in the second division. And it's a double elimination tournament. So they lose once, they can still win the whole thing. So a lot of excitement. Everyone is sky's the limit right now. Anyone could win. No one's been eliminated yet. Everyone's happy to be here and excited to play. Of course.
Are we doing 11-9 for both championship benefits?
Yes. Yeah, it's on the right.
Oh, so well, the website says
Yeah.
oh, it's 11-9.
It's posted on the right.
Yeah, but I record a score. 11-3. Sorry? Oh, you left the window?
You want to take a break? Sit outside.
All right, joining the action here, the main event, championship event in Jamaica. I got here just in time for a break. I'll check and see what round this is, but we've got extraordinarily strong players playing. 11-point match, Joe Russell and Akiko. I don't know how many world championships they have between the two of them. And it looks like Joe has a good plate of lunch to add to whatever his qualifications are. Honestly, Joe, it doesn't look like you need that lunch. Maybe get a Diet Coke instead. 3-0 to 11. I don't know. I'm assuming that's the current score. Oh. I would have to change computers to get a camera on me. Well, maybe if they're on a break, I think I'll just leave the camera off so you can just hear me. If anybody wants to see my beautiful, gorgeous face, then send a chat. Where are the chats? Can I see the chats? On break. Chats over here.
That looks good. What is it?
Well, they're breaking. I'm trying to get dialed in.
Smoothie?
Actually, I think I am dialed in. All right, I'm going to actually they're taking a break, I'm going to actually change computers so you can see.
Yeah, he did. You want it?
Do you want the
play all over the world because she's an international champion twice.
Akiko,
Amazing.
the newspaper wants to interview you and me.
But bon appetit pizza first.
Okay, and I am now everything I'm talking to you, everybody else can hear as well right now. All right, we're in business. Is this break ever going to end? Are they about to start? Do we know? All right, well, they're milling around having fun and leaving. All right, I will get back to work. Do we know how many? Is there a draw sheet somewhere that can be seen? No, how boring. Okay, thanks a lot. Will we roll into round two when this ends? Is there going to be a big break, or how's that going to work? All right, well, stay in touch. So it's single elimination or double elimination? Got it. Okay, thanks a lot. Sure, bye. Well, that was fun. I'm Kent Goulding. I've been recruited to entertain myself watching some backgammon, and I'm delighted that I get to watch Joe Russell and Akiko play. Joe, surprisingly, even older than I am, although not by much. I think I have to call him sir for like 5 months or 6 months a year, and the rest of the time we're the same age. I've known him for, well, basically forever, so I'm well acquainted with Joe. I think I've met Akiko maybe once or twice and really don't know her at all, other than by reputation and watching her play. This is round one of the Jamaica International Backgammon Championship, and in all my travels playing backgammon a whole lot of places around the world, particularly in the old days, haven't traveled that much internationally recently. I've never been to Jamaica. So this is exciting. It's a new venue. Joe and Akiko should be giving us some very, very strong backgammon. I have a great deal of experience in rating backgammon players, recording backgammon matches, analyzing backgammon matches. So I'm sort of the closest thing there is to a living bot. Although I don't, my opinion will not be as strong as, XG rollouts or probably even XG plus plus. It will be stronger than if you're sitting looking at a mobile XG. You're better off listening to me than looking at it in most positions. At least I can explain what's happening, what the players should be thinking, general match strategy considerations. When we were young, when I was young, all the top players, backgammon was a money game, and the top players played for money, and tournaments came along and basically presented a venue in which to find more players to play for money. The tournament was often secondary, even at big tournaments. World championships, first world championships I played in were actually in the Bahamas. But the players would get there. Obviously, the World Championship was a big deal. There was often, a bookie running around making odds. That was very exciting. Calcutta auctions back then, 40, 50 years ago, well, 45 years ago, Calcutta auctions were spectacular. Huge amounts of money were raised, particularly in international tournaments where there wouldn't be any FBI or IRS people hanging around to make everybody have a very bad time instead of a very good time. But what we learned slowly, there were a lot of early innovators. I was probably one of them. Joe Russell was one of them, quite frankly. Paul McGreal sort of led the pack. Bill Roberti was involved. Kit Woolsey was involved, a number of others, where we were trying to turn backgammon and prove to ourselves that backgammon was a game of skill as opposed to a game of chance. it was like in the 1970s. I hate to date myself too much. In the 1970s, a lot of the players playing were reasonably well-to-do, kind of leisure life people in exotic space places. And, backgammon was sort of a culturally vaguely acceptable form of gambling, much more acceptable than poker games or whatever. And a lot of the players who played it, viewed it as a gambling game, and that i.e. there isn't that much skill involved. You won by being, a little more lucky than your opponent. And a lot of the, revolutionary young players, that would include Joe Russell back then, Paul McGreal, Mike Senkowitz. I don't want to name everybody I can think of, but those are people I knew well. They knew and were proving to themselves that it was not just a racing game or a luck game, but very much a game of skill and strategy. When the computers came along, they basically taught us that yes, it's a game of skill and strategy, but you can't always just say, okay, I'm going to make it a game of strategy, so I'm going to slot all of my points and get all of my checkers hit and win. Nor could you say, okay, I'm going to make it a racing game and just run with every number I can run with and try to win that way. Now, that's a viable way to win. I mean, opening 5-4 run, that was not uncommon. Opening 6-3, 6-4, 6-5 run. Try to get your back checkers out. Opening 4-3, move both back checkers forward. Slotting the 5-point with a 4-1 or a 2-1 or a 5-1, to many was viewed as suicide. Why would you leave a blot and get sent back 20 pips when you don't have to? Just a free shot for your opponent, big deal. Particularly if you could have started your backmen moving. Your back checkers were your runners. You get your runners going. That was actually a common phrase for your back checkers. And that's I think, to give another lesson here before I run out of steam on break, I viewed back checkers more as not runners, but linkers. If you look at the opening position, 13 of your checkers are in contact with each other. In other words, each checker is within 6 pips of the next checker. So there's a communication network all the way until you're bearing off. And the checkers on your midpoint, 8-point, and 6-point, if you can call your own numbers, it doesn't matter where your opponent puts his checkers. You can bring them all into the 6-point and then bear them all off. And there's nothing your opponent can do about it. The problem in the opening position is your 2 back checkers are not connected. They're very far from being connected to the rest of your checkers. And furthermore, half of your opponent's checkers are stacked up waiting to block them in further. And that presents the quandary. Do we run or do we block? Do we run or do we block? And it turns out we got the right idea that we kind of do neither. We try to connect our back checkers to the rest of the board, i.e. make our opponent's 20-point, our opponent's 5-point or 18-point. The golden point was what Paul McGreal called the 20-point. He recognized how valuable that point was if you're trying to make backgammon a game of skill. Once you've got your opponent's 20-point, you haven't literally connected them to the midpoint, but you've gotten very close. Furthermore, any checkers you get hit can come in right smack on your opponent's 5-point, which puts them right back into the action. They just get hit, come in on the 5-point, and then move back around again. And once you've done that, then you can start playing as a game of a blocking game of skill as opposed to a racing game of luck. Now I'm tired of talking and ready for the competitors to return. My understanding, I don't know how many players are here. This is it's a double elimination, basically a winner's bracket and a fighter's bracket. We don't like calling them losers. Personally, I may well accidentally keep calling them the losers bracket. It sounds a little derogatory, but it is descriptive. I never viewed it as derogatory, but somebody must have, so it became the fighter's bracket. Maybe a better term for it is the fighters who lost bracket. That sounds even a little more derogatory. But in any event, I gather it's single elimination in the main bracket, and then the winner of the main bracket will then play the winner of the fighter's bracket in the final. And often the fighters bracket winner will have to win twice. I don't know if that's the case here. Reading the screen in front of my face says 27 players. I don't know if they're doing well with a fighters bracket. It's a little hard to do rebuys, so I guess that's not happening. So they probably had a few buys in the initial draw, and then away we go. I'm assuming these two did not have a buy. They're just in, the round of 32, which is really the round of 64, or if they have to win twice, potentially the round of 64 or 128, depending. Lots of fun backgammon, I hope. I don't know who all is at the tournament. Haven't managed to do any homework to dredge up the entire draw sheet, but we certainly got what easily could be the finals right here in front of us now. Hey, and well be. The loser of this match goes off to win the fighters bracket. The winner of this match goes on to win the winners bracket, and then we get a rematch. First in, last out. Play together first, then play together last. Wandering up is that Akiko approaching? And Joe Russell. All right, here we go.
Okay, great.
Or not. Slowly go. I can't see any type chat, so I apologize if you're watching on whatever stream. I can't see any type chat, so I can't answer any questions there. And I think if I set that up so I could see it, I'm out of sync with the sound, and the sounds would overlap, and it would be too confusing for me to do. All right, Joe's wandered off again, probably lost. He's getting old. These things happen. What year was it that Joe Russell won the World Championship? Hmm. 1989. There you go, 1989. Joe Russell won the World Championship. I believe I was there. I was probably there. I don't remember it vividly, so maybe I remember he won it. I don't remember actually being in Monte Carlo. I was in Monte Carlo a bunch in the mid 80s. For a while, myself, both with Nack Ballard and some assistants from, in the bookkeeping and handicapping from Bill Roberti and Mike Sienkiewicz. Nack and I were the official. This is way too much trouble for me. I don't want to do any of that. Oh, while I'm sitting here confusing myself with technology, they're not playing yet. Oh, I can sign it as Kent Goulding or KG Backgammon. That'll be Kent Goulding. All that to get back to where I was. Now, can I chat here? If I shrink that a little. Oops. Still waiting there. I'm not sure I can do this without having two separate screens. Okay, now I'm going to have to figure out how to do a pop-out chat. Good grief. I don't want my Google verification code anymore. Let's go back to. Still nothing happening. This is a terribly long break. They may break right through my availability to help. I want to see some backgammon. Somebody call the director and file a complaint. "16 people watching on the Cafe YouTube channel. Everybody should hit the like button. We've got the live chat opened. Well, the only thing that's happened is the players seem to be taking a break. I don't know if how they scheduled these things, or if they ought to have some control over that. All right. Well, they're there. They're setting up. We can talk about actual backgammon. 3-0 to 11. I can't give any percentages to it, but it will slightly warp. It will slightly warp the strategy. Once you have any lead in a match, and 3-0 to 11 is more than a little bit, you tend to bend slightly toward games that you're not highly volatile and go back and forth, so the cube gets turned back and forth with gammons involved. I mean, if you're playing a match to 11 and you got a 3-point lead, you don't want there to be an 8 cube with a gammon in it or something, so that the entire match is over and your 3-point lead was for nothing. Okay, this is interesting. In the face of the 2-1 slot, running out with 6-3 is perfectly reasonable. It might even be XG's favorite, but I sort of like it. Part of the theory is the ones to hit and the threes to hit are also the ones to cover and the threes to cover. There are other plays. Now Joe's got a decided edge. Yeah, okay. This 2 can be played as, let's go all offense. If he can get if he could get a little bit more offense going there, then he might be in a position to have an early double. But now he's gone back. I think he's actually supposed to hit here. One of the reasons you take a tempo hit on the ace point, first of all, there's 4 numbers of flunk. And second of all, look how many 6s play, like 2-6 or whatever. They just don't work. So even though you're putting your own checker out of play, one of the key tests for should I hit loose on make a tempo hit on the ace point or not is if my opponent rolls anything with a 6, is that a bad number for him? In this case, it was very much a bad number. So Joe will hit something if he can. He's got 9s and 10s and 4s and 2s. That's a 10. I don't think he should hit with the 4. You saw his little bit of a hiccup there. That was his brain noticing the 4 hit on this side of the board, but then there was no good 6. So he did this. Okay, this is kind of cute. If she hits with the ace, she has no really good 4. She almost, she doesn't really want to take a 4th man off a third checker off her midpoint. There you go, hit. I like that. There was no good 4. The second checker up buys her time. Now Joe needs a 2. No, only half his number is in. Now Akiko, every number does something. So she's gone from sort of being back on her heels. Oops. Every number does something sort of except for this. Lots of choices, but one that stands out as a highly likely play is to make the 15 point, which she pointed to. The other is to cover this and then decide what to do with a 1. I think if you play that 6, then you should play that 1. I think that's clear. I don't know which is right. I mean, I'd probably lean toward making the 15, but this leaves open. This does give a 2-point board, which leaves open the chance of a flunk. Here, in and hit is easy. There's no, and making the 21 point is not really the point. Joe's on the offensive. Oh, good. Bad number. Now, again, probably a tempo hit somewhere. I mean, if she doesn't tempo, well, almost any legal 5 is reasonable, except 23 to 18 is terrible. So there's a tempo hit on the ace. There is a tempo hit on the 3. I think she's going to tempo hit, even though the 2s and 6s, which flunk, are diversified for Joe. You know, there are 4 numbers which dance all together, which is a big deal. You know, that's the safe tempo hit with only 11 immediate returns, but it also is stretching the checkers out awfully thin. This is I'm glad she's looking at the plays. It's obviously a very difficult play. She's a 2-time world champion and she's young, so she's learned a lot through XG. All of my learning, there was no XG. So some of the things I learned, I didn't learn correctly. Many of us back in the early days of modern backgammon, if there is such a thing, were very reluctant to make, you know, loose hitting plays deep on our home board. So this is the purest. This is the play which feels best. So I like it that she chose it. Joe has lots and lots of good numbers, but no crushing numbers. I mean, oddly, if the match score was reversed, this might be a nice speculative double. Because even if he does nothing, like this, which does nothing, it's kind of hard for Akiko to put her position back together again. And if Joe could have hit that checker in the back, you see, here the problem is if he comes in with a 5, he's just leaving too much. So he sort of accepts cleaning things up a bit. And this 6-1 again doesn't really do it. She's probably gonna end up making her bar point. That's at least a bird in the hand. Nicely blocked 6-5, turns one potentially very good number into a very bad number. And she doesn't have another good option. Joe needs 1s, 2s, and 4s, and some 4-3s to hit on the other side. 2-5 pops them both. Okay, this could get too good very quickly. One of the things my old buddy, the late great Paul McGrill, said is way too often good players cash rather than play on for a gammon. And this isn't quite there, but it's sort of in the ballpark. Meanwhile, Akiko has, you know, garbage take chances. If Joe can build his 4-point, her garbage take chances go out the window. But if Joe can't build his 4-point, and if you knew for sure Joe's next number wouldn't build his 4-point, or hit loose and have Akiko miss, then this might be a take. But it's just too much downside and not enough garbage winning chances if all of a sudden you've got 4 men behind the rack, 6, 5, and 4 points, and an impure position. All right, 6-1, nice start. You know, Joe's, you know, each point toward 11 is a pretty big deal. Yeah, the top heavy 6-point and the stripped 8-point, you know, if you're going to split against a 6-1, do it quickly before more ammunition's in position to team up with that stack of checkers on the 6-point to attack you. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's sort of cute. You sort of want to hit, but you really want 5 of them. You know, it's not absurd to make the ace point, something that we really didn't do in the deep old days. And, you know, this is kind of doing a little bit of everything. The trick is she's not trying. The reason she left the checker back on the 22-point isn't that she didn't want to get it out. She wants to keep her back checkers together, you know, not divided. So she doesn't really want the 22-point as an anchor, but she'd take it versus the 24-point. And I don't know, was this Joe's turn? I think 5 out and just cover the 11-point. Akiko's positions is entirely stripped. I see he's looking at the super duper steal all of her role play. You know, the super duper steal all of her role play is to, if you had a 3rd checker on the 8, hitting both checkers might have been a reasonable ploy. Now we're going the other way. You know, you want to hit and you want to make the 20-point, and you don't really want to lose your midpoint. You can also make the 22, which is what Michi calls the butterfly anchor. You make it early, and then at some point it matures, and you got to fly away from it. This covers everything, but eschews the immediate hit. I'm inclined to do this. If she doesn't have the pip count, she's probably counting right now. That's almost certainly what's going on. You can look at her head if you look at the screen. Her head's moving around sort of like an old-fashioned card counter, counting the cards around the table, counting the pips around the table. If she decides the pip count's no good, then she'll do something like this. And if she hits, she's probably not going to make the 22. She might even, step up to the 20 or come down to the 11. To hit and make the 22 is not the default play if you hit. I mean, it might be right, but don't just automatically make it. That 22 points of, kind of a poopy point here. Plus, you don't want to be playing too far back when you've already made your own 2 point. You get into a push me pull you situation where a llama with two heads pointing in opposite directions. You want some of your checkers back in the back, and you want some of your checkers way forward in the front, but you've only got 15 checkers, and from deer experience, that's not enough. This seems to hold all the long-term chances together, but it does give Joe it doesn't put any immediate pressure on Joe, but Akiko can now play some complex backgammon if need be. She will hit on the 20 point almost with any 1, 2, 3, 8 or 15. Possibly, possibly accepting 5-2. Okay, hold on to everything. Pip count actually doesn't look that bad. And this is a lot of nothing. Let's see. I think Akiko might even be ahead here. So all those blots over there. I mean, what he's clearly considering is playing 13 to 10, and then maybe building the. And that would have been exciting. That would have presumably hit and covered one way or the other, but that's not an option now. So now the trick is, again, everything's stretched thin. Make all the points and leave the blot there. That's what you'll do. This seems. Now you've got some serious bite if you hit a blot, some very serious bite. Plus that checker's not loose. Plus the deuce you've left. Oh, that got away neatly. Okay, now it's a race, and I'm too slow to count it. Well, there's a bunch of. Oh, look, you can do the nifty shifty and switch off the 6 point. Now we hold on and see who rolls doubles. Well, there's a doubles. Maybe we'll get a chance to. Well, I'm getting a little herky jerky lag in my feed. 5-1, not a lot of pips. We'll be down here 18 to get out there. Then we get back a whole bunch. This is close. They probably both know the pip count. If Joe stops to think, it means either he doesn't have the pip count or he's ahead and trying to figure out by how much. And if Joe has, this is more or less a racing position. It could get, I think the contact actually favors Joe, which means he must be behind. You don't want to leave any volunteer shots, so how's the best way to clean this up? And I think you just got to keep that going to the ace point. You want to keep that puncher for the 5 point in case Kiko's forced to leave. Where did we start? We started here. 1, 2, was that 3? Okay, this is 3. He's obviously, well, we can almost count the race now. Down 18 over there. Get back 14 and 8, get back 22. So you're up 4 for a second. Get back 10, down 6, get back 4, 2. This is close. Looks like he's down a handful. But I may have got my counts backwards. Yeah, I mean, plan B, you sort of want to real fast make your 2 point from your 8 point and see if she notices, which you can't legally do because it's blocked. All right, he kept the most contact, which probably means the race isn't great. Now, this big question: do you run and rely on your much stronger board now, knowing you're likely to be attacked, or do you wait? If you wait, you're wasting pips and you're breaking your board. I think unless you're way behind the race, I think do this and see what comes of it. Joe would take some time to look at the cube, although with a 4-0 lead, maybe not. Okay, she's going to at least show us what it looks like if she doesn't run, and it doesn't look good. You don't really want to break the 6-point altogether. Yeah, I guess this gives you the best chances of holding a 5-point board. You know, you'll fill in her 3-point next. Awkward number. I don't think he wants to leave any volunteer shots, so he just sort of has to do this. Now Akiko can run, and Joe may have to leave a double shot. The play is forced. Now, 6-3, 6-4, some combinations leave only 11 returns. 5-3 is absolutely nothing. This is terrible. We don't even have anything to talk about other than he should hold his points and try to keep her in there. Now Akiko counts, looks at the race, doesn't have enough numbers to get away with. Presumably she's ahead in the race. At least this just leaves aces. She's down 5 pips there, but she gets a bunch right now. She's ahead. Oh, is that his worst number? Because anything smallest number not containing an ace. There you go. Joe rolls his worst. Now we sort things out because now Akiko, let's see, she's down 4-1 there. She's down 5 there. He did. Well, the reason there is if he rolls like double sixes, he doesn't want to slam a checker to the ace point. That's a close play. And another poopy roll. This time he'll clean it. It doesn't take much to count the race here. She's just getting in double range. She's up 6, 7, 8. This must be a double. Yeah, I like it. She's up 8 and enough pips and crossovers that it's done. Well, there you go. Sort of went the way we thought it would go until Joe got out-timed and Akiko could turn into a race without getting hit at all. All right, 2-1. She likes this play. Well, good for her. And Joe likes hitting. That's nice.
tell me when it's out. Let me know. If it's more than a is it the first time it's dropped?
Can you say results while I enter a question?
I can help with that. If people-
All right, never mind.
How you been? Good. Where's that open to the New York Open? Yeah, you only go to like you didn't see me with a healthy fans and people all the time. Yeah. No, I heard that. Do one time, just make it right. That's why I was revised. That makes sense.
Hey, Mama? Do you know where the side of the brackets are currently?
They're languishing back here on the table here. Face down. Story of my life. What you doing in your life?
Aha! I appear to be back. What has happened? Well, not a whole lot. Oh, look at this is interesting. Everybody's blitzing everybody. Yeah, this is, have I missed the cube already? Does Akiko actually have the cube? Well, that's interesting. This is probably too good to redouble. This is very, very exciting. If I've missed the action here and Akiko has the cube, which is what it appears to be, I don't think Joe can take this, even though he's got a 3-point board. He's got 1, 2, 3. He's got 4 loose blots. All of Akiko's checkers are bearing down, and roughly half of his numbers simply build his high 5 or her 5-point on Joe's head. So he's got multiple double hitting type numbers. I guess a 4 is his only awkward number, but 4 combined with a 6, a 1, a 2, or a 3, or another 4 hits 2 checkers. I think this is a particularly at the score. Joe can't go taking any 4 cubes where gammons are going to happen one way or the other. So I think this is a pass should Akiko choose to redouble. And I personally think it's probably too good. But that's what she's thinking about. Obviously, it's quite a turnaround here. It looked like Joe must have had a blitz. Oh, here it comes. I don't think he can take this. No, he didn't even give it any thought. And now we've got a 7-point match. What fun. That great big lead disappeared. All right, next game. Automatic. 5 and 2. Back in the old days, we rarely split. All the original old books said if you split with a 2, that leaves you vulnerable to double 5s. So don't do it because you could lose the game in one roll. And that's partly true, but mostly the damage done by double 5s and the gain by getting that split in were misanalyzed, or I mean, they were misweighted. People knew the issues, but couldn't weight them correctly. Oh, look at this. Well, yeah, here I think take the bird in the hand, and now Joe can, with the anchor and the 20-point, you're liberated to start slotting points. Which if he can't make a point, he'll slot it right now. Well, he can make lots of points. That one and that one. Well, he doesn't really want that. You can't make the point you want. Make the point 6 away, and the points that Joe wants are the 4-point. He's got the point 6 away. The 7-point. He's got the point 6 away. The 9-point. He does not. Joe will attack this block. You can't leave it sitting up there waiting to get out. So that just looks like 11 or 10 to 3 hit. That's he hit with a 3, looked around for a 4, couldn't find one, so we restacked the 6-point is what happened. And she will run. Now we got 3s and then some 1s and 4s. That's one of those 4s. Let's see. Yeah, it's not even insane to come off the 6-point, but this is probably more reasonable. Looks like they're playing dice on checkers count. Pretty good. Joe wants his 9-point or to point on her or to hit her. Cocked. I mean, if he can make the 9 and hit with a 3 off the 6, that would be good. Well, he can either make the 9 or hit. I guess just this mostly primes Akiko, so this is a good thing. She wants a 4 to get out, but she has no ace. If she plays the 4 out, she would have to play 13 to 12. I'm not sure it wasn't actually right to play the 4 out in 13 to 12. There's something to put an asterisk next to and go back and look up later on your Funkin' Wagnalls, aka XG. Oh, now she gets out anyway. Didn't need to get out the easy way. She got out the hard way. Now Joe starts building points. Akiko gets a little closer to home and then counts the race. Well, she's counting the race now. Certainly must be up by a fair amount. 14 to get to the midpoint, 5 more to get that guy out. That's 19, and a whole bunch start coming back the other way. You won. And you got 16. It actually looks like it's fairly close. We'll let her count, but I'm predicting there's no double. Ha! 2-1. Bunch of poop. Well, it's kind of weird. Can you really get any closer to home without making a mess? I mean, completely safe. I wouldn't do completely safe. She may actually end up just playing 6 to 3. It's tough. It's tough. If she does that, then she'll do this. That leaves 9s instead of 10s. And it does take the builder, the spare off the 8-point, which was nice. Oh, nice guess. Nice guess. Hit the shadow. This is slightly easier to get home. Okay, now Joe's wondering, just keep building my board. leave a third checker back there in case I hit a fly shot, I can keep the 20 point. Or is there some urgency? I may never get that spare off the 20 point safely. This is probably right. Now, even a double twos lets you come out if you so choose. I think the race was sort of close, and Joe's probably gained some pips. You know, he can't double until he gets free. Now, if he doesn't have the pip count, he will get the pip count. It's probably going to do, no matter what the pip count is, he might do that. But if he's ahead, he does this. If he's behind, he stays back somewhere. Well, he's down 6 to get to those 2 checkers up to the midpoint, and he gets back 11. He's up 5, then he gets back 8 more. He's up 13, then he gives back 16. So he's down 3, down 4. Looks like he's up 2 pips. This is very close. He's up 2 pips. Well, he's going for it. I don't know if I've got a miscount or not. If he's only up 2 pips, it might have been right to stay back. We'll see in a minute. If my crude count was right, I've lost track already. Got down 2. Is he down 9? 3, 6, 7. Certainly close to that. So Kiko's ahead by a little teeny bit is our unofficial count. Now she's ahead by a bit more. Joe's trying to match a 9. He matches it nicely. So he's up by like 15. If she rolls like a 10 here or an 8 or something, she can still take. That might not be big enough. Now we'll find out what the count is. Joe knows the count. Doesn't look good. 5 checkers there, so you got to get 2 in. She's down 5 pips there, then 7 there is 12. Get back 4 is down 8. 5, 4, 6. This is nope, not quite. All right, Joe's within 4. Oh no, he's only within 6, so we need a double and a backgammon to get out. 7 away, 6 away. I like being even away, and even away 6 or shorter. I always think I can, I can win this. A double and then get a backgammon, and the match is over. 4 away, it's a lot of fun because double and any gammon, and the match is over. When both sides are 4 away, that's tons of fun because both of them want to play for gammons and get the cube going. Right, meanwhile, Akiko's made an advanced anchor. Joe's escaped with one of his checkers. Yeah, you think twice about that. He points, let Akiko know that he's not as dumb as he looks. Could play a 4 down and a 3 up. I mean, he really wants the 9 point. It's not. If he makes the 5 point is the 5 point. That's what you say to you. Oh, the 5 point's the 5 point. What can I do? But notice you've all the checkers stacked on your mid and 6 point are still stacked on your mid and 6. I'll bet he does this. This is a much prettier play, and I'll bet Joe does it. It's just if he could make his 5 point using checkers from his, like if he could make his 5 point just using 2 aces off his 6 point, he might well do that. But he has to leave the 5 men stacked on the mid and the 5 men stacked on the 6. So I like this. She'll hit and bring one down. It's she's got the advanced anchor, which Joe is partly constrained. He hits both. This is nifty. She wants to come in deep. No. Coming in high is sort of bad news because now Joe has a simple game plan. Just run right by her. I mean, it wouldn't take much. Scores reversed, he might even be considering doubling here. Sort of funny. He doesn't. Making the 10 point does constrain Akiko, and it gives him a place to land. But it's a little bit tricky to bring the position forward.
Um, That's it. See, this is showing a, as I said back with the 5-4. So this may be garbage takeable. This may be garbage takeable. I don't care what the pip count is. I think there's just too much contact here. You're not going to get gammoned. It's a flukish gammon to get gammoned here. You got the anchor on the 21 point. And Joe hasn't built any homeboard points yet. The only, the way you lose this is if you get hit, then you want to come back in on the 24, the 23, and just be a nettle in Joe's shoe. Okay, I think he's actually supposed to hit both checkers. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. It's no big deal if she hits back, and if she doesn't hit back, he's got something going on here. There we go, coming in back here now. Now the holding game and front game is starting to dwindle. Oh, look, 2-3. Look at all the things you can do. You can cover the bar and the 5. That seems to have the nicest path. Now Akiko wants to come in with a 2-1 or something and lurk back in the back. All right, dancing helps a little bit timing. Joe covers the 9 point and gets off the midpoint. Nice roll. I mean, he could break the 10 with the 3 and play 9-5 and try to clean up some of the outfield. Well, that's an interesting thought. Just get her, stop her from making an anchor straight away. I don't think he's going to do that. I think leaving those 2 loose checkers out. This is another one. Again, he's looking to next turn. What's going to clean up more easily next turn? And then the final play is just to come down there, leave no shots this time, but a total mess to clean up next time. I like this play. I think it's a good idea. 2-6, and I don't know. It's not ridiculous to hit. She does have the cube over there. The hitting could blow up in her face. All right, she's gonna just she's gonna look at it. Maybe just a little too dangerous to hit, but Joe's given up his midpoint, so there's a loose dangling participle there. If she hits a lot of the hit back numbers, the 5s and 4s which hit back, are leaving blots all over the place. Akiko's checker on the 23 point is sort of putting pressure on Joe's 8 point. So if she comes in with ace 4, come in with an ace and try to hit with the 4, I'm gonna speculate a guess that she actually makes this play. It's only the small to medium doubles which crush Joe. That's what she's thinking about. She's whatever formulas she follows or things she looks at, 1 or 2 world championships. This coming in is just a nasty position with that 6. It's funny if she had an ace I think this here you can see this blowing up in your face, but you can also see how easily this can come forward. This is a good hit. The only question is which does he hit with, off the midpoint or off the 7 point, hit off the 4. Maybe sending the 4th checker back and just keeping Akiko's forces completely split. In with the 4, forced, 5 there, semi-forced. Now we're kind of transposed. Joe, what can he do? Sit tight and just come into the 5 point. Hit one of those. I don't think he's going to hit loose off the ace or deuce point. Just run out with the whole 5. Nah, he ran in with the whole 5. Not sure. Might have been run direct and hit with anything. Go ahead and hit it. No, she's going to try to build her board and save the hitting till later. Bingo. Okay, that's remember those gammons I said couldn't happen? Here they come. Here they come. Well, get in quickly and all is well. That didn't get in, didn't even get one of them in. Oh, no, he's attacking. I'm sorry, got my head screwed on backward. So trying to get out and protect against some double threes or fours or something. That's probably what he's done. Hold everything together, and double threes and double fours aren't such disasters. All right, there's one in. Make your three if you can. You can't, but you can run around. Get the other in. We've got gammon saving to doing in addition to winning. Okay, yeah, just in case a shot pops loose, build a point. Nice. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't think you're pre-clear the sevens. This looks like a perfectly normal, good play. Not too worried about gammons, and you want to, if a shot happens, that's good. Clear from the rear, bring them all home. There's still fluke gammon chances here. Akiko will run around. Yes. Not sure it really matters which six you play. That one makes a prettier forward position. In case she hits a shot, she's going to want a bar point. And there's no shot being hit. Joe's not leaving a gap. You know, big doubles. Yeah, spreads or checkers around. Not sure it really mattered too much. Big doubles here, and the gammon is serious. I think gammon's getting serious anyway. 7, say 8 rolls. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This is a little annoying versus preserving a good blockade in case she hits a shot. Wow. She needs to answer that possibly twice. Go back and play the double ones differently. But Joe's cruising to a somewhat improbable but possible gammon. Made it look easy. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got to get off in 3. Not going to be easy. Not going to be easy for Akiko, which is going to make the score 9-4. That's 9-4 is nasty. She's just like, you know, she hasn't rolled 6 pips yet. I think she needs boxes twice. That's not boxes. All right. Well, Joe wins the match if he wins an undoubled gammon. So a lot of the sexy opening doubles where you've got gammon threats go out the window. Those become too good and possibly not good enough. So Joe basically, I mean, getting to 10, getting to Crawford is not quite as good as winning, but it's very close. And winning a gammon is a big deal. All right, if Joe's making the 2-point, it must be right, because he'd rather not make that play, I know for sure. Akiko fills in her 4 to go with her 3. That's a good improvement. Builders everywhere. That's not the time to do any slotting. Akiko wants to roll a 9 or a 10 or a 3-1. Preferably a 9 or a 10. There's a 9. Joe wants to get in with a 5 or 2-6 or something. There you go, 5 and hit. You know, Joe's got, he can work on building a home board, or he can get that anchor on the 20-point with Akiko's 8-point missing. It's a pretty big deal. She's going to fight for it, and she's going to fight for it all out. Joe would like to get in, preferably with a 5 or a ace 4 or 2-4. Ace deuce, yeah, I think get the more advanced anchor is clearly correct, since there's no 8-point there. Oh, good double. Good double. Nice. You know, how gammon do you get? And there are more gammons here than maybe meet the eye. Man, the plus side, he's got that anchor on the 23-point. Akiko doesn't really have a whole lot of stuff in place, but losing a gamma here is just not something that Joe wants to mess around with. You know, when you got a big lead in the match and there's a somewhat gammonish cube looking at you, one of the sort of general rules is if this would be a double at a normal match score, then it's probably a pass here. If the double is being made out of desperation because of the match score and wouldn't be a normal double, then it might be a take. Okay, Akiko, now she can play, this is a nice doubles, but it doesn't do as much as it normally would. It develops some checkers, but you know, there's nothing left to do. That thorn in Akiko's side, or on Joe's side, the anchor on the 20 point is just a great big deal. Yeah, I like this play. Make them in order. You know, to break the 8 in order to make the 3, when really what you want is the 5 and 7 is a big. Oh, look, there's the 3 she could have made. Now let's see if she can get something back in return. And the answer is no. And it's either that play or slot the 5. But I guess the race is such that play makes sense. 6-3. Yeah, it's sort of. If you don't do that, what does he do? If he doesn't do that, then I guess he's got to clear the midpoint. I think yuck. Clears the midpoint and waits. I don't know. You know, I don't know. This is you know, looking at your front position, it's maybe it's not time to leave the anchor. She'll hit him. All the 1s and 3s to build the 5 point or duplicate to build the 3 point, but that doesn't really matter. She'll gladly make either one. Let us see the other play, Joe. How he's doing in his head. Maybe he's counting the race or something. That's possible. For all the relevance that has, it probably has some relevance. Well, this is why he gets paid the big money. I mean, obviously it's safer to sit tight, and the midpoint's not worth a ton. So he can do this and wait for a better number, or maybe hit a fly shot. And he's decided there was just too much danger from flying out of the cocoon off the butterfly anchor. There we go. See, now this is the problem: is having, you know, you can't fly now until you roll. Oh, there Bill's a point until you roll big doubles. I mean, advantage of Akiko, she's anchored on the 20 point and Joe's pinned in on the 22, but it's not, if Joe was pinned further down, like the 23 or 24, this would be a double. As it is, everybody's waiting for something good to happen or bad to happen to the other guy or good to happen to them. Akiko can handle anything for a roll. He'd probably get both off the 20 point and, you know, bet against a 10 or whatever that is, a 10 or a 12 or a 13. Oh, there you go. Good time to get in. They're sending interesting messages. No interesting messages. And I turned my back just in time to see. Well, now Joe's playing for a gammon is what's happening. And the match right here. Oh, this is real serious problems. Fill in the 5 point. And most hope is lost. Well, you can't really slot it. I don't see, what's he thinking about? Come around to the 11, what's that exposing him to? Double 1s. Coming to the 11 exposes him to double 1s. And if he doesn't come around to the 11, what does he do? He could play the 2 out and break the 8 point. I don't think he wants to do that. I might pay double 1s. And that's what he's thinking about. There's no, you know, the best developmental play is to take the blot from there. See the problem here? Yeah, well, that dodges double 1s. Maybe I guess he decided, and maybe the trade some other stuff in the home court. All right, now we want to hit some point on something. And that point's on. Oh, that hits. It hits with a 3. Can't make a point. Could hit with a 3 and the 5. That might be a bit rich, particularly the score. If people know they're being streamed, well, you should never stack your checkers on the bar. These days, so many matches are streamed. We used to have to, we being the commentators and directors, when people, when only a few matches were being streamed when they're big matches, we used to tell the less experienced players that were being streamed, whatever you do, don't do what Joe just did. And Joe knows better. He's just getting old. Look, he's got 3 of them stacked up there. That really confuses. Remember, there are 3 red checkers there. Now there's 2 red checkers there. If I had turned my head to get a sip of water, I wouldn't know there were 2 red checkers there. I'd count the checkers, see 14, and wonder where the 15th was. Start rolling 2s, or this match is over. We need a 2 like now. Oh, that counts. Okay, now dance. And then another 2. Ooh. I don't know if you really want to be there, do you? Maybe come in with a 1 and play 6 to 4. Or all the way up. That's the best way to get out. All right, get a 2, Akiko. Get a 2 or double 1s or 2-1. Excellent. Excellent. Not exactly winning the game, but the blitz and solid gammon just now. Careful about a lot of 5s. I think hold everything. Little Bo Peep. Need a little teeny number, Akiko. Well, that might be small enough. It's probably right to let him bust with double 3s or double 5s. Even the double 5s is the biggest cracker. 5-1. Okay, that's the beginnings of stretching that prime too thin. I mean, 4.5 in a row is more than you may think. There we go. Now, even 4-1 doesn't quite get out. Oh, but 6-1 does. See, 4-1, you could come out with a 4, but then you have no ace to play. All right, now, fair chance to save the gammon. She may be cracking. It's close. See how much she cracks before Joe has to break. Joe's wondering, is it maybe I should start pre-clearing and making it easier for next turn. I don't know about that. I think there's a chance that Akiko cracks. So maybe just standing pat. That's a nice crystalloid board. I can see the basic framework of the old crystalloid boards, updated considerably. Coming in against the 2-point, clearing the 7 early is a very good idea in general. The trick here is, was it better to keep the prime? I'm going to be at the UK Open in Leamington Spa, UK, next weekend. And I've got a lecture, a Hidden Whoppers lecture, and in it is bearing in against the 2-point, and that it's right to clear the 7-point before you clear the 8-point. It's right by a lot. All right, that's we're at Crawford. Gammons are live for Akiko. I mean, if she wins just 1 point, then she's 5 away and needs to, win 3 double games, 3 games in a row. If she wins 2 points, she's only 4 away and only needs to win 2 more games. So Akiko wants to win a gammon. Joe wants to not get gammon, but he also wants to win. And, linking the back checkers here is a good idea. And this worked well. Now, yeah, I mean, we put it to the test. How does a 6 play? A 6 doesn't play well, so make the tempo hit. There's the 6, and notice it doesn't play well. Cleans up a blot, but it doesn't do anything good otherwise. one chance to roll something good. We rolled something totally useless. Well, you can't play the number is the problem. She may end up having to play 13 to 4. You know, just you almost want to play 13 to 8 and not play the 4. All right, Joe will want to attack if he can. Well, that does all kinds of stuff. That could hit 2. That's a possible play. Not ridiculous. Yeah, there you go. Well, and look, he spreads them out on the bar. He must have heard me. Nicely played. I think the reason not to make a simple developing play is that Akiko had too many threats. Her position was too flexible. Both in was very good for Akiko. Joe, 4-3. Well, now there's all kinds of choices. You can sit back, make the 18 point, slot the 3-point, and play this positional thing, which won't get you gammon for sure. Best play to win or to win a gammon. Of course, he doesn't need a gammon. Like pick and make the ace point. He can point on the 2-point. This looks like it keeps everybody in play. It can blow up in your face. If the match score was different, if Akiko was 7 away instead of 6 away, or even 5 away instead of 6 away, then the gammon doesn't do her really very much good at all. In which case, Joe might make the other play. Well, he's thinking with his checker shuffles, which I like. And there's the other one. We've seen all 3 plays, which we talked about. This is great. This will be a fun one to do some XG rollouts on. And don't trust the evaluation. Do rollouts and see how the play changes depending on match score. Look at gammon go, look at gammon save, look at double match point. Gammon save, which is sort of where Joe is at, this is the right play. This one gives you an anchor, gives you a good positional game you can play for a long time, which won't get gammon. Look at this 3-1. That's a pile of poo. I think he's actually supposed to make the 5, and she's supposed to make the 5. And she's just going whole hog. Make whatever point you can, no matter what the order. I guess since the checker was already on the 4-point, might as well use it to cover the ace. That's one that XG has probably taught her, which it never taught me or any of my old buddies. Yeah, and Joe doesn't really have any choices here, so good play. He needs to get in. Well, that gets in nicely. Yeah, I guess you make the 11, bringing builders to bear on the 5-punt, which you really, really want. Yeah, okay, now this is, checker's not really that vulnerable there. Look, if it gets hit, there's going to be a zillion return shots, like here. Might even be better to anchor up on the 21 and slot the 5, or anchor on the 21 and slot the 3. I'm not sure. Hitting works real well only when Joe dances. All right, let's see. Dance, Joe. Give us a thrill. Stay out. Well, maybe come in with a 3 and hit with a 2 in your home board. He's not going to not hit, so he's got to hit something. All right, now get in and hit. And first one to dance gets gammoned. Oh! Uh-oh. Joe really wants to build a home board point on her head. And that doesn't do it, but picks up another one, bring that closer. Yeah, it seems to get an extra diversified builder in play. Oh, hitting. Boy, hitting is rich. Hitting is really rich. It might be the right play. Oh, I love it. This just goes for the gammon straight out. Good. There are 3 of them up there. Get 2 of them in, including a 3. Well, okay, that gives us an anchor to play with. Now cover and run. There's the cover. Now, do you run or bring a builder for the 2? I think run. Cover and run is what I said before he even rolled. In with anything. That's no good. Move fast. Make the 2 if you can. Otherwise, probably make the 8. Block the double 4s. keep, have the 0.6 away from your 2 point. I'm inclined to like 13 to 8. I wonder what he's thinking about as plan B. Well, maybe he'll show us. Play that 4 and then 16 to 15, leaving double twos over there. You just play 13 to 8 and not leave anything. I think he wants the 8 point. All right, I maybe a little too. Yeah, that is 13 to 8. He just did it in the step by step. Did it in partial fractions. Ooh, bad time to dance. Akiko can't really play a 2-4 back game, even if she gets in. If she did that, she'd be playing a 2-4 front game or holding game. What she really wants to do is get them in and play the 4-point game while Joe still has a whole lot of freight to move in the outfield. But time for that is running low. 6-5 here. I'm not sure the bar is the place to be. This without doing any great calculating, this looks prettier and feels a little better. He's really trying to scramble home and not have any checkers dangling away. Oh, good. If he can point on it, he'll point it on it. If he can hit it loose and make like the 10 point, he might do that. I think he will. Cover the 10 and hit. Nicely done. Now she obviously needs a 2. They're going to count that as cocked. It's sitting in between in the little hole between the checkers and the wall. But 1 in. It's beats flunking. Joe will cover if he can. 6, 8, 9, 11. That's a 6. And do we just? You see that leaves the double 4s double hit. He kind of doesn't really want to do anything. He wants to play 13 to 12. The problem is that pays double 4s twice. Suddenly you might be getting gammoned. And that may be too much to pay. Yeah, that's safer than the other. And that's way too much. I think he's supposed to leave the double 4s. When double 4s is pretty, it's not super devastating. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe stack it up. All right, he's going to. Okay, now roll double 4s. There it is. Nope. Now get off the 10 point. Play 11 to 6. That's my prediction. Oh, now double 4s hits. Or at least get in, so you might have a combination shot next turn. No! Now get one or both in without leaving double 4s. There you go. That's it. 1 in without leaving double 4s. That's I'm sure Joe's doing the same thing, but think about what you're trying to do and then see if the dice let you do it or if you need to look for plan B. If you know what you want to do and the dice let you do it, you don't have a whole lot to think about. Finally in. It's going to be hard gammon to save without hitting something. And 4 over and 5 over. It's sort of funny, the slightly mismatched outer points. I probably would have played the 4 over and the 5 off, but the slightly mismatched outer points are a bigger danger than we used to think. But I don't know the specifics of it. Here you can take 2 off, leaving no shots next turn, no chance of a shot. And I think there's 0 chance of leaving a shot. You make the play which has 0 chance of leaving a shot. Joe just sorted that out. Well, cover it with a 3 and then figure out what to do with a 4. Well, it wastes no pips and brings it into blockading position in case a shot pops loose. And Joe continues to take checkers off and has 0 chance of leaving a shot next turn. Akiko is sort of given up on, and she can use all of her pips to race home and keep everything pure. She's sort of given up on the gammon. Saving gammon doesn't really do much for her. Well, she loses the match. She has to play to win here. There is no gammon. What am I talking about? It was Joe who was worried about gammons. Akiko could care less about gammons. She's just trying to win. That makes everything make sense, and my babbling make no sense. Joe, meanwhile, is getting down to about done. Any doubles other than double ones, and it's match over. You get 5 insta winners. Okay, next turn, don't roll an ace. Can handle 3-1 double ones and 2-1. So it's just 6-1, 5-1, 4-1. There's just 6 shots. One of them gets hit on average. Boom, handshake. Well, that was fun. That was fun. Good stuff. Exciting positions. And when it counted, it went Joe Russell's way. So Joe advances, and Akiko goes to fight in the fighters bracket. And I have no idea what's up next. So stay tuned. I'm going to mute myself for a minute. If I can figure out how. Mute. Well, hopefully I'm live. It looks like the players are taking the court. We've got early round of the what they call the fighters bracket in Jamaica. Used to call it the losers bracket, but I guess somebody took offense. Both of these players are can't say undefeated. They're undefeated. They haven't won a match. Both lost their first round. Two of the strongest players in the field, and now they're in the early round of the fighters bracket, and they have to slog through 97 rounds there, since players from later rounds in the winners bracket keep dropping into the fighters bracket. So they're in the round of 2048 or something. And doesn't really matter. They're playing a 9-point match. Two very strong players. David Wells, I don't think I've seen him in a long time, at least not that I remember. I remember seeing him at a high stakes poker tournament at the Bellagio in Las Vegas, maybe 15 years ago. He wandered up and was chatting with some poker expert who was sitting next to me, and we said hi, and that was sort of that. He is obviously a very strong poker player as well as backgammon player, at least he used to be. In any event, here we go. We're off and running. David Wells with the yellow checkers in the bottom of the screen, at least the bottom of my screen, taking over where Joe Russell left off. Nice blitz. And where's the... How can this be? Two checkers up. How can that be takeable? Wow, this is exciting. All right, so bring all the wood. Just go whole hog for the blitz. This is stretching a garbage take about as thin as you can stretch a garbage take. I guess there's the absence of immediate builders. This is so much for the absence of immediate builders. Now we got immediate builders all over the place. She needs a 2 or a couple of 4s quickly. Okay, David covers with anything. 6 or 11. He's got some odd 10s out there, but he won't use them. He's overrun the play. Now just 2 is nice, but a 4 is also nice. 2, excellent. David wants to. He's got 6s to play to hit. He's got aces to play to hit, and that's what he wants to do. He's going to hit. He has to hit. He can't stop and let her get an anchor and play the game. He's playing with just a few checkers. All the rest are squashed. Very exciting. All right, there's now quickly, we may need double 4s, or, there's a too late. Too late. Might as well gobble the other one and scramble to get cover-ers for the 4-point. Get in. No, wrong doubles. Come around. Yeah, I think bring it in range. Hit with anything. Come in. No. 6-4 or bring more ammunition. Maybe get off double 4s, given nothing else to do. I'm not sure I see a logical reason to do anything else. So there he did. You see 3 4s come in, the 4th would have hit that checker, but he moved it forward. Well, okay, 6s, 6-3 covers. 6s plural is a mess. It's arguably his worst number. Forces him to bury a checker and slot the point with nothing to cover it. Oh, too bad about that 6-4. All right, he's willing to pay. Well, he's wondering if he's willing to pay. Heck, nobody ever rolls double 4s anyway. Okay, Akiko, show him. There's one. 3, 4, 6. Any 3, 4, 6 will hit. Not double 5s. Not really double 6s. 3. Okay, there we go. Now don't roll double 5s. Okay, now you don't roll double 3s, although it's not a catastrophe. Oh, there's double 5s. How cute. Yeah, back up a second. Are you sure you want? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe every so often you want a backgammon. 4-1, take them off. Don't need any fancy plays. If you get hit early in the bear off, you're still going to have time to come around and do it again. This is if you're not hit, it's a gammon, but each step from here on out that Akiko doesn't get in, backgammon's chances start to increase. They're still low, but not zero. Get one in. Get one in. There you go. Now we got 6 numbers that leave shots. That's not one of them. Well, now he's doing the backgammon count, but I guess figured that losing the game is a bigger risk. All right, wasn't going to be a backgammon unless something very bad happens. Not going to lose the game. Yes, safe. Okay, now it's definitely not going to be a backgammon. And we get on to the next game. Wait, Akiko probably knows better, but I was, she didn't think all that long about taking that cube, but who knows. All right, here we go. 4-0 playing to 9. That's a pretty big lead. Now David wants to trade 1-point games back and forth and, be a huge favorite to win the match. Akiko wants to get some 2 and 4 or maybe even 8-point games going. I mean, she makes an initial double of 2, and David's got to be very cautious about redoubling to 4 because that would make the possibility that it might come back at 8. So David will want to build an anchor. Akiko, well, she's kind of forced not to make a bunch of points, but she's got the anchor. She's got the better distribution, and we're leaning toward a slow game, it's a glare. Looked like he was grabbing for 2 checkers. No, it's just 3-1. Okay, that seems easy enough. Now, will she hit or won't she? Doesn't have a choice. Do that. Make the 9. David wants to squiggle up and make the 21 or make the 18. Instead, he makes his own 7. Blocks something. Akiko wants to make her 7 or her 4. Nothing better to do. She'll point on him. Getting 2 checkers a little advanced, but she's got a fair number to pound away on the 3 and 4 point and try to make it better. Cock dice, get in. Yeah, it's in the wrong place. Well, first question is it? Well, he's got to play his number first. He might be supposed to come out. I think if he sits back, it's a really strong cube. And here, it may not be a cube at all. Point on it. I mean, she can pick and pass. Yeah, okay, 2, right. So the plays are point on it. That's one of them. And the other is to hit and keep going. There. So she showed us the 2 plays. And chooses the more flexible play, but does not take the 7 points. So she's looking at the whole home board, not to build a prime. And now, correct, particularly at a goofy score. I think David still has a pretty easy take even with the score, but maybe not. I mean, if it's even close, might as well spin it because there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow here. Yeah, I'm inclined to think it's a double and probably a take. A lot of players, if she's thinking it's too good, I don't think that's right. Yeah, he didn't think too long about taking it. I like the double, and some players would pass there. So what the heck? Well, now you got you're in for a penny and in for a pounding. What she's looking at is she can hit loose on the ace point. I mean, she brought the checker in last turn. She wasn't looking to make the bar, consistent with that play. And the other is just to try to shuffle around and duplicate everything. And all right, she's buying a turn. Now she's kind of has to attack. I suppose if she rolls a 6, she can link in the outfield. That points on him. And no need to do any tricky nifty shifties or make the ace point. This looks good to me. And that looks very good to me. Yeah, I think you want that for sure. Now Akiko's got to clean this mess up. And it doesn't clean very well. Man, you really want to break that up? I'm not sure you want to break that up. Maybe a better play is to, yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Well, we'll see. David will now attack with any little numbers. That's certainly an attacker. The possible play for Akiko last turn was just to play 13-8 and leave the back checkers right where they were. Okay, need a 4-1 would be best. 4-4 is not bad. 1, you kind of have to cover the ace. I mean, you can try to be pure and do tricky things. Now David needs to get in, preferably with a 2, but a 4 is pretty good. 2-3 hits both. This could. We need a 4. We need a 4. And there it is. Now David would like to get in. And I think he touched the right checker. And he's not playing a back game here. So, I mean, I suppose he could break the midpoint, but I think he's, his biggest charge here is to get off the 23 and try to get some more back checkers forward. And in that regard, he doesn't want to leave an anchor on the 23 and break the 22. So really it's this play or 23-18. Those are the choices. I might have gone the other way, but who knows? Okay. Now he wants to come in and out. He does not want to stay back. And she wants to flee and can't. So some relatively safe play. That blocks something. Blocks 6s. That could be good. That's a good point to have, actually. Deuce 3 holds everything. Now tough choice. Well, no tough choice at all. It's basically forced. Now look, big numbers have to abandon the 21 point. He doesn't really want to do, but he kind of has to. I think this is clearly better than making the ace point on his side. She wants out and hit. Out and probably in, duplicate the 2s and keep the 2 checkers connected. So if you get hit in the outfield, you could possibly hit back. 4-1 appears to make the 4 point. Really need to get in. Any 8 in plus a 2, double 3s does something good. That does not need a 2 or make a point. Now David still has or Akiko still has a pretty good prime back there. There are 3 checkers behind a effectively broken 5 prime. Get in. Anyone in is good. Make David come forward. David wants to roll a 2 and to get a back checker. Oh, double 2s. 1. Kind of has to do that. Now, one not ridiculous thing is to pull both of them off the 23 point. Plan B is to just hit. I'm not sure that both shouldn't come off the 23 point right here and now. You don't really want to fall back into some sort of 2-4 back game here, I don't think. Yeah, that's got to be right. It looks funny because it looks so pretty to have the 2 opponent's board points, the back front game kind of points back there. But he can't do everything in the front with 11 checkers. Yeah, good. I think he's and maybe just pick it up. Yeah, basically play a priming game, and this is a temporary solution to get the back checkers going, and seize control of the outfield. Even if he doesn't win a prime, he's got the outfield. And he's really got the outfield if he can pop one of those back checkers out. There are some hybrid plays where you pull up 1, but I think pulling up 1 allows Akiko to counterattack, with ace 6, ace 5, ace 4, things like that. So I think he either moves none or both, but I'm leaning toward moving both. If he doesn't move both, he's immediately hoping he rolls 2s, which he just rolled. But it's good to take his time and look it over and see what kind of conclusion he reaches. This is superficially pretty. This also has some crack potential, double 3s and 4s and things. I would have gone the other way. And here we are with no 2 or 5 or 6. Just jump out and keep your can't. Oh, I think as ugly as that looks, It might be right. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, the obvious other play is to yield the 8 point, but then David can run with a 6. And you really, from the 22, or 23 rather, you really want to run with a 6 from the front. See, this is, if you know no 6 is being rolled, this must be the right play. If you know a 6 is being rolled, the other play is right. So I guess more often than not, you don't have a 6. All right, well, hold everything. Yeah, this is very dicey. Now she should run. It doesn't really have any choice. And is there any walking into 6-5? Is that what it does? Maybe right to just play 6-5 here, and not 6-5 is a pretty poopy number. That's what she's looking at. Yeah, leave 6-5 as a poopy number. Yeah, there was a nifty shifty play available there, but this must be better. It keeps it more pure board. Okay, now we might see some. Ooh, 4 is all well and good. Now does he leave the mess and run, or does he play the nifty shifty? The nifty shifty being cover the 3 point and then shift from the 4 to the 1, which she's sort of forced to do. All right, now she's probably got 2, maybe 3 rolls to roll a 4 here and be in good shape. All right, David really wants a 6 to get off the 23 point. He does manage to get out, and it's going to go for the scramble and hope to pick up that second checker. 4 quickly, so you got some flexibility to attack him is a big deal. Oh, there's a hit. Okay, still those 2 checkers stuck back on the 23 point. Just get in with 1. No. 2 or a 6 to get those far back ones moving. There's a 6. Bring the other one out too. Get in with 1. Nope. Now David's got all the time in the world, and could be heading toward Gammon City. He doesn't have his 4 point yet. He's got 1 checker buried. 4? Nope. I mean, she's still got 2 or 3 rolls to roll 2 or 3 4s. Big is good. Watch out for double 4s. It's safe. Roll double 4s to give us some action. There's 1. Now I think he's supposed to hit her.
Is it okay if I
And does he? He can. Yeah, I think he can do it there and keep some sanity. 4 to make it interesting. Ooh. Any 6 to cover and then go for likely but not certain gammon. Wimp. All right, just going to go for the scramble. This basically is making the gammon chances go way down. I wonder about that. Oops, there you closed. Now we gotta bring this around safely. No choices. That's a shot. But if missed, he's in great shape. Need a 5. 5 to make it exciting. 6 to help save the gammon. Oops. Now we're back on the gammon track now. Yeah, I think the flexible play is better. Gives them 2-1 and double 1s play better next turn. Get in? No. Now it's getting serious. Get in with 1. Oh! Run fast. 2, 4, 6, 7 crossovers. Probably needed 1 more than that. Oops. I think she's in trouble. We need doubles. Take the crossovers. Doubles here. All right, we're gonna need a doubles. Might as well be now.
Simborg.
All right, stack them up. Was there any way to get double 4s? Probably not. I guess she didn't worry about it. So 5s or 6s? Or 3s? Does she got 3s? Only 4s that missed. This is getting nasty. All right, Crawford 9 to go. Well, the good news is she doesn't have to worry about needing to fight for a gammon. It doesn't do her any good. And David doesn't need to worry about being gammon. He does have to worry about the occasional backgammon. So this is sort of backgammon go. You get to a position like we just saw, and if there's any choices, she'll bear off aggressively trying to get the backgammon, which actually saves a game. Okay, good start, getting the opening roll. This is changed with the advent of reliable computers. Everybody splits with a 3. Okay, here, it's so much prettier to make the 5, but the checker distribution here is so much better that I think I would do this. If I could make the 5 and leave only 1 blot on the 8, as opposed to none, I might have done it. Okay, logical, normal, get in. 2, there is no good 3. All right, try to win, bring builders. Okay, 7s, 8s, 9s, building the 5 point, pointing on the 2 point, hitting both. Hey, look at this. We have this backgammon go. Close out 4, and we can start rooting for a backgammon. Get an ace. Both in. That's excellent. Now, 6s and 3s combined with a 4 or another 6 or a 3 or various 7s and 8s and 9s on the other side. 6 and 5. Well, isn't that a nice mess? Hit and come out. Blots is everywhere. Hit and come down. Don't hit anything and just make the 18 point. I think she's right to hit. It's really much more fun for the fans. But making the 18 point just feels like it's making it too easy for David. She doesn't need a gammon. I mean, she's a backgammon, but not a gammon. This may be basically the double match point play. Ooh, would have worked better the other way. Okay, now David's building all those points. She will hit this too if she can. There's no reason to stay back there. I guess that's right. You may just slot them all and build them later. Don't leave any shots. I mean, getting hit now is not nice. 4-2 could hold everything and cover the ace because he's not likely to hit with a 2. If you don't do that, what do you do? Play that to the 7 point? That's also relatively safe. I think that's probably right. Well, if he doesn't hit, what does he do? If we're not going to hit, the play is kind of a mess. I guess if you're not going to hit, you do that and slot. You do that. See, the problem is if you don't hit, you don't have an ace to play. You play one of these 4. If you don't hit, I think you have to do that. All right, so he's gonna hit later. He have plenty of chances later on. 3-3 would have danced, but just covers the ace. Now quietly cover the 5, like with a 2-1, and then hit a shot. Oops. Plan B. No, wait a minute. Maybe you leave the 20. Yeah, okay. That's the simple play. He's down in the race, I think. So if he's down in the race, he probably wants to keep more contact. But how? I really want to leave a direct shot. Okay, if he can bring those 2 and those 2. All right, he's just playing. Keep the lesser contact. Oops. Well, now that's the contact. He's got one of each. Good play, Akiko. Now some minor contact out here, which is got to be dealt with. Otherwise, try to win the race. Smooths out for the bear off, also builds a point in case there's a shot pops loose. First chance to bury checkers. I don't think you want to leave a direct shot. Make the ace point. Heavy or bring 2 in. Yeah, somehow that feels right. XG has bent people's minds a little bit in that it doesn't save sixes or whatever as much as we used to. Not that it never does, but it's surprising how often it'll not make a saving type play. And I have not sorted out exactly when or where it's right. We need a big one to go. It could be a shot right here. It's still I think too fatal if hit. Although it's already big danger. Big danger if you wait. I think. Yeah, this is sometimes in these positions, it's actually right to want to wrestle, unnecessarily leave multiple blots and challenge him to a hit. This is if you know your opponent's rolling 6-1 or something, you kind of want to do this. You get to poke at all 3 blots. I don't know the answer. I think it would not surprise me if this is right. Also wouldn't surprise me if this is wrong. I'm really glad he's looking at it. These are tricky plays which often get just completely ignored and overlooked. All right, he stood pat. At least it blocks double 4s. It does not block double 5s. Okay, we need to match a big doubles here to make this even close. Akiko's well ahead, but not gin. That hurt. Well ahead, but not gin. Now, basically gin. He needs lots of doubles. All right, we got past the Crawford game. David has one of these free drops to employ. I don't know, if it's literally a free drop with just one game, or if it's a free drop with, a long ways to go. Is it right to use the free drop the same way you always would, or given that it's you could use it on a later game, it's not right. And I don't know which numbers are so close that it would be right to not use the free drop and take instead. Yeah, this is cute. His position's not so bad. I guess he's got a pass. I don't know the answer for sure. The fact that Akiko had made her 2-point, I just don't know how much that affects things. I'll trust David with this being right. Now there is no free drop. I don't know I double alt right away anyway, figuring it's more likely I'll screw something up than my opponent will in these when you use your free drop situations. But younger players with computer aided have learned a lot more where we used to just guess. And maybe there's a good reason not to wait. As long as you can't reach a position where you're too good in one roll, you might as well hang on to it. But there you go. I guess she figures, double 1s dance might lose him. All right, 4-1, good. Anchor, good. We'll hang on to that for a while. Certainly want to get the back ones moving, so I guess that makes sense. Could come all the way out with a 5-1-2, not ridiculous. Particularly since you sort of stripped the midpoint there. 5-1, well, now you may come out with a 5 because you got no other 5. Now, would like to hit that. Ace and hit the other one too. Okay, ace. Hitting with an ace. That's almost as good. Now David's going to want to point on her. Look to make the 4-point if he can. Sweep the leg. Yeah. Sweep the leg. Cobra Kai. 3-1, back at him. Okay, hit and cover something. It's not that he wants a gammon, but hit and cover something is the best way to win. You like both off the midpoint. Maybe one of each. Nah, both off the midpoint. All right. You might actually, you know, as things start to go wrong, you might need the 9-point. I think, and I think that's right. She got 2 up there, is that right? 5, 8, 11, 13, 15. Yeah, there we go. Now cover and hit something. 6-5, cover and cover. Okay, need a 2. 2, and we're having fun. Nope. 7s and 8s. Otherwise, start juggling the back checkers so you don't get, there's an 8. Yeah, the back checkers aren't in any real danger. Much more important to stop your opponent from making that anchor. Now, is that a little peach? It was cocked. A little peach and a little bit. Move one, cover if you can. Can't. 6 out. 4 in. Need a 2, Akiko. Need a 2 now. Ooh, double 1s. Okay, 4 and 7. Double 3s conveniently not blocked over there. Doesn't need a gammon. So maybe this is the best way to win. Okay, just keep rolling 5s. 1 or more 5s every turn. Wasn't a 5 or a 2. Roll a 6. Get out of there. 5-3. Everybody's blocked. Get a 5. Get a 5. Cocked. Try again. 1 or 2 5s. Make it interesting. Nope. Need a 6. Ah, that's a 6 by partial fractions. Now we're going to need double 5s soon. Like now. No. Okay, come around home. Don't get on the track of 5s. So that's on the track of 5s, so you keep going. Now double 6s and, well, double 5s are safe. Double 6s leave a shot. Okay, so he's paying. It's interesting. This 5s and 6s leave shots next turn, and he leaves nothing this turn. All right, 5s or 6s, leave a shot. 4 1s, very nice. Now I think she wants to stay out until a shot pops up. She doesn't want to get both in. Stay out, hope to. There we go. Now maybe David rolls 4-1 or something and she can come in deeper. 4-1, 5-1. That's an actual genuine shot. Any 6 and it's a whole new game. Any 6 at all. Yes, 6-5, both in. Very exciting. In with a 4 and crack. One of his worst numbers. All right, pop him. Point on him. Very good. This will build your points in order without even thinking about it. Build it or slot it, the 5-point. I think she's supposed to slot it. I honestly do. She's going to need that point. We really need that point. Yeah, I personally would have slotted it. Maybe I'm just too excited as the commentator. And I would have been hit. Now that's been picked up. Now it's harder to slot with impunity. Oh, that's sort of gnarly. Oh, I hate these positions. Maybe she understands them better than I do. I mean, you want to hit loose, but you don't want to break the 8-point. It just seems, I tend to think, okay, I'll catch them in the outfield and not hit loose, and I'm wrong more than I'd like. But this is, I would do something like this. Develop the checker from the 6 to up. There we go. Okay, we need an 11 or in plus a 1. 11 or 615141. 5-3. I'll get the blot out of the way, I think. I don't think you want to be hit with like 1-2 or 1-1 or 3-1. Maybe it's not so easy. It's desperate times, whatever it is. If David can just roll bigger than 6, he's home. Little Bo Peep. Ooh, that's bigger than 6. Now she needs to dance, and then there's 1 in 6 numbers. Leave a shot. That's not a dance. All right, poor Akiko, 2-time world champion, player we most want to root for and see in the finals, has been beat, then beat. Pretty amazing. We've got arguably, I haven't seen the whole draw, but they have to be 3 best players are very close to it in the field, and they all played each other in the first rounds. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Not sure what's happening next. I've enjoyed watching with you. There will be more. How much of it I'll be here for, I'm not sure yet. So this is Kent Goulding, at least temporarily, signing off. See if I can figure out how to shut off the camera.
So approximately 33 international players. And about 8 local players, yeah?
They won't hear us talk.
They could hear us, yes. If you insult me, the whole world was going to hear that. So you better watch yourself, young lady.
And the whole world should hear.
Yes, when you talk, the whole world listens.
That's right.
You don't insult me, and I might not insult you. Oh, you moved my checkers.
Okay.
All right, we ready?
He is not back yet. If you want to wait a couple minutes,
All right, we'll wait. No, I want to wait for KG. I want to watch his commentary later and hear what he had to say about all of your horrible moves and mine.
Funny and all of the funny stuff.
Isn't it amazing that the big tournament like this, they haven't got anybody better to stream than you and me? Jeez, they must they must be hard up for a good match.
We're the colorful two of the whole tournament.
Kung Fu too. You know, you and I could win this tournament.
Phil, you know that Akiko and Joe Russell played the first round.
Right.
And then Akiko and David Wells played in
I know. It's amazing. Amazing setup. Bad draw. Good draw for the rest of us.
Who won between DW and Akiko?
DW killed him. Poor Akiko. One of my favorite people in the world, but David's my buddy. They're both my buddies.
I know.
In fact, I'd be hard pressed to pick a buddy between the two of them.
DW is your ace boon coon. DW is your ace boon coon.
Ace Boon Coon?
Yeah, that used to be a term for friends.
Oh, okay.
For friends back in
I'm
the
real
day.
close friends with both of them. I hate to see them meet each other. And Joe too.
And now Joe is part of the club now.
Yeah. Joe's part of our group.
All right, he's here. I'm just getting his video and his audio going.
Well, can't they get somebody who knows the game better than KG to do our commentary? I mean, but how much experience does he have playing backgammon? I heard he played.
I think so.
I'm honored that you got KG. All right, you ready?
We're ready? Are we ready to go?
Just a sec. He's texting back now.
Okay.
Trying to get me comfortable.
Now, I don't want you to be nervous. Whatever whatever you're doing, realize I'm just a normal guy who's just an incredible player. I'm just a normal, incredible player.
You are
Nothing
far
special.
away from normal and incredible. Far beyond.
What did I feel back there? The rabbits.
He's so serious. There we go. Okay.
Who did commentary?
All right, we appear to be back in action. There's Antionette and Phil Simborg looking around,
He never gets tired of talking.
looking nasty in my direction.
Like I said, I would
Nice to
pay
see both of them.
him
Both have been
KG
around a long time.
stories all afternoon.
I've been well acquainted with both for many, many years.
Stories and Sabadi stories.
Phil Simborg often is doing a lot of commentary, so you can probably heard him before. Antoinette's just such a delight. I have nothing but nice things to say about her. All right, off we go. This is round 2 or something of the fighters bracket, 9-point match.
For the bait.
And they're off and running.
The 5 point.
Standard fare so far: 2 in, 6 out. You know, try to get the back checkers moving, cover the board, hope to make she's not going to hit that. She's going to make the 5 point. There's just too many rehits. If she hits, it doesn't really gain that much. The 5 point is there forever. Phil, unless he can make his own 5 point, will jump out and make the 18 point. You can tell from their hands which is which because the guy is wearing more jewelry than the girl. And I'll tell you in a minute whether he's got better nails or not. I think probably not. All right, nice. Phil's got both bar points, his own 5 point. Antionette, well, this is sort of interesting. I think she has to hit that. She doesn't have to, but I think she should hit that and then try to escape. Phil will hit back when possible, which he did rather easily. 4-3, probably off the midpoint. I think, you know, the 8 point's part of the blockade he's trying to build. The midpoint is not.
Anything bad about me?
I don't know why he's scolding Antionette. This is, and I don't know if there's a sound link there. I can't hear it. Now I've got another phone call. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second.
Jamaica, man, trash talk is okay, baby.
Absolutely, it's called for. It's necessary. I got him by the cojones.
How can I miss you when you won't go away? My favorite country western song title.
You can't think this long. Going home, James.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Sure I can. Bring down a builder.
Any other structured stuff today, or you just make it up as you go at your hotel?
If you're out of the main, then yeah, we'll get you the speed cannon, Mizuki.
They're going on today.
Yeah.
And they're just being structured as time goes, or you? Okay. So they just throw them in.
Getting ready for the onslaught. Nice play, very nice play. Very, very nice. So this is true.
Sorry about that. Had to step away for a second. Meanwhile, what have I missed? What I've missed is Antoinette's got a very powerful position. Well, the question is that checker in back doing more good or harm? It may be hurting Phil more than helping him. I think because she can attack and point on that checker, I think this is well, good she didn't. I was about to say a pretty good double for Antionette. And she then rolled her arguably worst possible roll. Phil now needs a 2 to be right back into it. Now Antionette may well be too good. Don't do that. Think a minute. 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 He can't possibly take this. There's, if you're listening to me last match, or maybe it was the one before, something turns around. All of a sudden, you've got your game is clearly very powerful, and you reach for the cube, and you may have just made one of the biggest errors of the match. I quoted the late great Paul McGrill, whom I interacted quite a bit with from going back 50 years, and one of the things he told me, and anybody else who would listen, but certainly me, way back then, was he felt some of the biggest errors experts and non-experts alike made was cashing games that were too good, and it's often psychological. You know, it's nip or tuck. Oh my God, I've left a shot. Oh my God, he missed. Now I can double. No. Maybe he missed, and now you can play on for a gammon. And I believe that was the case we just witnessed. All right. In any event, here we are in the next game. Antionette leads 1-0, and she's escaped both back checkers, so presumably is well ahead in the race. And now rolled another joker. I think spread out, make as many points as you can. So make that and the 3-point, and then you're going to be looking at a pretty strong cube. The 7-point, she could make the 7-point, but I think that it just making an interior point. She's got all of her checkers out. Really challenging. Phil's sort of darned if he does and darned if he doesn't. If he links on the 21 point, then Antionette can just run by him, play behind him. If he doesn't link on the 21 point, Antionette can attack it. So she has potentially very strong double coming up. And I think it almost doesn't matter what the race is. I mean, you can see she's got to be up a bit, but I think she's got to, nothing can really go wrong. I think she had a very strong double there. Now, what to do with this? She could sweep the leg. She could hit both checkers with the 2 blots and Phil's home by. She's a little excited, maybe playing a little too fast. Phil now is filling the board in, and again, I think Antionette has a pretty strong double here. And now she's going to reach a position which maybe if Phil dances here, she's probably actually suddenly too good. Yeah, probably coming in back and make the 3-point. Now she should just double. I don't think this is too good. She should just double and Phil will pass.
I have to take this cube and put it here.
Okay, nice place to stick it.
I don't know about that. Hopefully he said pass while he was doing that little dipsy-do with the cube. The best thing is really to hit the clock or say pass nice and loud before you pick up a cube and start moving it around. I mean, in the old days, if you didn't say pass and picked up the cube and started waving it around, you just took it whether you intended to or not. So presumably he said pass when he did that little deal. All right, Phil has played 2 checkers down rather than split, presumably because he's behind in the match. Antionette rolled double 1s, made 2 good points. Phil rolled double 3s and made 2 better points. Well, all things considered, on balance. That's a little nasty. She can't really play that 4. Yeah, I guess. I guess it's I'd be looking and trying to find another play, but I'm not sure I see one right away. One thing I can say for sure right now is Antionette should probably slow down a little bit. They've got an 11-second lag. Get the dice out there as possible and stew a little bit before you move. And I think this is, I think that's probably wrong. I think she probably should have come out to the 18-point. Would have been pointed on, but that might not have been a big deal. Now she needs an ace or an 8 or some 8s. Ace or some 8s. And now Phil's like balking. And I think she can take it. You don't like it, but I think she can take it. I mean, he's got, her chances here are counterattacking when Phil leaves off the 21 point. And meanwhile, she'll try to get her back checkers mobilized as quickly as possible. 5-3. Isn't that interesting? He can make his 3-point or keep everything pure, but not make a new point. Now an 8 by Antionette, and she's taking the lead. Yeah, there you go. Same 5-3, same roll for both players. Let's do it. 6-2, double 1s. Step on up, grab that. This has now done some serious damage. Whatever question there was about taking, it's gotten much better now. All right, so Antionette, unless she rolls boxes, basically stands pat. That's sort of annoying. I guess slot the 3-point. You don't really want to leave him a direct shot. Now Phil has to Well, if he rolls a small number, he'll just unstack. If he rolls a big number, he's either got to break his, well, he can unstack, or, okay, he's just going to rely on his 5' and go. But here, if he does this, Antoinette's got all kinds of, yeah, this might be better distribution in the long run. But Antoinette has a free hand to attack, and probably should. And if she gets away with attacking, she should have plenty of time to roll enough 6s to get the last checkers out of there.
Okay.
Well, that looks like a hit and cover. So there's no. She didn't see. Oh, poor Antoinette. She didn't see the hit. She played the 6 and then the 4. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. Well, on we go. Now any 2 or 6-6. Any 2 or 6-6, 4-1, no good. You just shuffle around, or you can slot the ace, or shuffle that guy into the, mess him around a little bit. Sort of waiting for boxes to hit a fly shot. In the meantime, build the points in your board. 5-4 doesn't need to leave a shot, so maybe just brings the 4 around and dumps a 5 to the ace point. All right, he's gonna leave her some combination or other. I'm not sure there's any reason to even leave the 6-2. It's not like Antoinette's board is getting much better. I mean, she's only got 3-2 to build her 4 points. So yeah, I think there he played. Okay, there, legal play, 4-5. Okay, Antoinette, roll some boxes. Nope. All right. Well, let's go about. Well, maybe slot with a 2 and then split off the midpoint. Diversify your checkers all over the place. Yeah, it's there was some reason to leave the 6-2 before this point gets built. Well, she can't build it. She can bring lots of builders in place to build it next turn. Now Phil's going to be forced to break off the back, whether he can do it completely safely or not. And that's so 6-2, and the game's up in the air. 6-2, boxes to make the race fun. Ooh, 6-1, so close. All right, build a point. My Antoinette could still get back in the race by boxing his ears. Oh, look at this. Got to break the 7 point unless you want to leave a shot. A little awkward. Okay, now we got 6-2 and 4-4 and some future stuff. That was 4-4 and 6-2. 1-1 is not it. Close the board. Play the other 2 pips. Watch those 6-5s. Another 6-5 would be a mess. Well, he can play all safe. But then what? 2-1. Really poopy. All right. It's. I mean, you almost want to low roll a little tiny number, except for you've got racing big still. All right. So mess up the. Break the 6 point and do something. Maybe break the 6 point and bring a checker in, leaving a blot on the 6 point. It might make a difference if she rolls a big doubles and this turns into a race. Now run. Roll boxes, roll 6-4, 6-5. All right, go. She's forced to go. Glad to see that. And now Phil's got some awkward 5s. 5-4 is a bit of a mess. Double 1s. 1, 2. Well, cover. Well, I see what he could do. He could cover the 2 and then do something with the checkers on his 8, or he could cover the 3 and play 2-1. I think he's right that he has to hit. That leaves no shots. And what's it leave as a possible shot next turn? Oh, look, the sneaky 4-3 is hard to play. But this leaves no shots now. All right, this is okay. Now he's got a. Antoinette wants to roll the 3s, keep some long shot racing chances alive. That looks cocked, so she gets another try. 3-6, something like that. Keep your long shot racing chances. Now the sneaky 4-3 leaves a shot. Ooh, close. Okay, we still want to get in 3 anything. Keep some long shot racing chances alive. Good. Yeah, I'll probably bring it in. Again, you want to see what your position looks like if you roll boxes next. That seems that's not a big deal. No 6-3 or big doubles. There you go. There's a shot. Any 2, and it's a closer game. Very close game. Any 2, Antoinette. Any 2 to make it exciting. You can do it. Just a deuce. Quack, quack.
That's not fair.
Yes, it's a 2. And I do not believe she should slot.
His best friend? I mean, come on.
Yeah, maybe just hide that. It's not a bad idea. 6-1, you want to cover as many of his 6s. If he doesn't, 6-2. All right, ace or 12. Ace or 12. Any ace or 12. Otherwise, she'll lurk back and wait for that guy coming around. Ace. 12, better yet. Oh, it's a 10. Yes, I see. I think, yeah, maybe. It's tough. That's 8 away, but she doesn't have to break her board. Yeah. Had she broken her board, she'd now have a shot. Now she's in big trouble. Needs a couple of doubles. Else she would have missed anyway. And we had some excitement, but it looks like Phil dodged a bullet. Still, one boxes here would be nice. 1 boxes right now. It sets it up for future ones. Oops. Now we're running out of space.
Thank you.
Yeah, she counted out. All big doubles isn't enough. All right, it's now the equivalent of a 7-point match. 7 to go, 7 to go.
It's like my favorite Chicago joke. Guy gets on the bus, he says, "Do you go to the loop?" He says, "No, I go beep beep."
Antoinette's and Phil have been touting this tournament for a long time. I've never managed to, well, I just haven't traveled that far from home for backgammon very much these last bunch of years. All right, runs away with 6-5. Reasonable to come out to the 18-point, reasonable to do almost anything. I mean, probably once your opponent has run, point out, I guess. Also, not silly to run away with your second checker. This worked fairly well. Stole roll. Now gets a second chance to run away. And does. No, run away. Yeah, good, Phil. Now, if Antoinette does something rude like dancing, he can consider cubing. If she simply gets in, he doesn't. Oh, she did try dancing. This would be a bluff cube. I think she still has a garbage take, but she doesn't. If Antoinette doesn't do something good now, the cube's not a bluff. We get in with a 3-2 or a 9.
Right in.
I think she's actually maybe supposed to try to wrestle there and step up. Yeah, she can probably still garbage take it. It might have been an easier take if she'd split, even though it's more dangerous. All right, so Antoinette just says, "Okay, I'll sit back here and see if you can put this together." Phil will make the 9-point. It's just sort of a holding point to allow his checkers more flexibility to come home and build the next point. There's still this crazy idea of splitting out with a 6, or even splitting out with a 4, and try to force the action before Phil's board is stronger still. It's sort of is the best she can hope for to sit back on her anchor and slowly build a board, or can she get some action right now that might pay off? All right, well, she's going to sit tight, try to build her board, and hope to hit something later or have a better chance to split. Whoa, there goes everything. It's certainly the 5-point, And I don't see any reason not just to go ahead and make the 4.2. Yeah, do it. You know, this play is more like the early days of computers playing backgammon. They weren't neural nets per se. They were they'd look at every legal position, and the programmer would assign weight to the various things, including builders. And sometimes the computer would bring down extra builders to make a point rather than make the point directly because the weights were a little off. I think that's sort of what Phil did here. Did he just roll another double fours? Well, I think he's supposed to make the 4 points. That's the point he wants. Now Antionette has a board ready, so hit the 6-3. Ooh, 1 pip off. Continue building her board. That's good. And Phil's a little awkward here. 4-3. Doesn't really want to stack them all up. If he's going to leave the 6-3 there, then he's going to have to stack them all up. And I don't like that. I think he's supposed to leave the 6-3. Yeah, I wish he'd put that fifth checker on out where the black die is. All right, pop him, 6-3. 6-3 is almost a winner, not quite. We had the 3. And no. They'll bring a cover in position and slot it. I mean, there's some reason you're probably going to get a combination shot next turn, so it might not be silly just to bring a couple of builder or yeah, that's a point. All right, so she's banking on hitting a shot straight away and not coming this turn. Might next turn, I get a direct shot next turn. 6-4, 6-5. Spreading out her checkers to get ready in case. 3-1 fills in that noxious hole. Now both boxes and double fives leave a shot, but Antoinette's going to get ready for. She's got to fill in that 4 point. Not sure why she'd do that rather than put a builder in range, but generally the right idea. No, got a 6 and a 5, but they were separate. Both 6s or both 5s would have been a direct shot. Antoinette should now fill in her 4 point and then hope to get a shot quickly. That fills it in. Phil is safe on all rolls here. He instantly grabs a checker off. That might not be right. These sort of interior gaps are often wrong. Where there's no spares on the interior points of your blockade. Things can get messy. All right. I don't see a shot number. 3-1. And I think at this point, getting off the 6 point's the right idea. And then probably keep it going. Now that sets up 6-4 as an immediate shot number. I'm not sure why he'd do that. I think that's wrong. All right, Antoinette. Stand pat. Definitely stand pat. Now 6-4 is awkward. Double fours leaves a shot too. Oh, look what have we here? This is a game winner. I don't see any reason not to just make it the minimum number of shots. The other one may clean up a little better, but it leaves 2 more shots immediately. Well, Phil can calculate all he wants. I'm leaving the fewest number of shots. The extra checker off is basically meaningless. He's either going to win or lose due to the cube if he gets hit. He won't have a take. So play safe. All right, he's going to leave her the extra shots. How exciting. He's counting something out on his fingers. I'm not sure what. You know, I think that fourth checker's off. I mean, if the game was being played to conclusion, there's a difference between 4 off and 3 off, and maybe that would be a good idea. But the game's not going to be played to conclusion. If she hits the shot, she's going to have a powerful double, which she really can't take. All right, 2 extra shots. Any 5 or 3-2. Any 5 or 3-2. And it's a 4-2. Well, can't move the back checker, so do that. Now, what's Phil got? Boxes leaves a shot. 5s leaves a shot. 3-2 is neat and clean. Neat and tidy. No shot next turn. Well, if Antionette runs, then 6-4 and 5-4 leave it. She's forced to run. Okay, out, cover. Now 6-4, 5-4. And, oh, you might as well cover. 6-4, 5-4, and 4-3. All leave shots. 6-4, 5-4, 4-3. All right, kind of like a 4 up here, Phil. Give her a chance. 6-4, 5-4, 4-3, 6-2. Okay, and definitely from the back. You don't want to leave a double shot next turn. So you play 5-3, good play. I don't know, again, I'm not sure what he's calculating other than you really don't want to have 6-4, 5-4 and leaving double shots. That's silly. All right, take the spare around. You want to be, those are some long shot gammons floating around. Take the spare as far as it'll go. Now 4s and 1s. Most 4s, most 1s. There's a 1. Can't get any checkers off now. There's no reason to hit. No reason to, I mean, I think he wants to, again, cut down the shot numbers. I mean, 3-2 cleans up better, but, you know, 2 extra shot numbers is a lot. Any 3 now, we got some excitement because she can't redouble right away. Any 3, yes, it's a 3. It is a 3.
There's a good 3 right here.
Don't forget to hit, Antionette. Yeah, Phil's helping her out by showing she has a different 3 she might play. Okay. If you've got no more than 3 fewer checkers off than your opponent, and he's still on the bar, that's generally when you double. So right now, 4, 7, 8. Phil's got 7 checkers off. Antionette should watch for boxes here. Well, she didn't watch for boxes. Watch for boxes. She's 7 checkers behind. Ooh, that's perfect. Puts him in a nice smooth row. 7 checkers behind. He's still on the bar. Don't double yet. Yeah, I think take all 3 off. Okay, now she's 4 checkers be off, and he's still on the bar. Although he does have a hole on his ace. That helps Antionette a lot. She's on the edge of having a double right here. 5-4, unlucky, gets no checkers off. Phil wants to get in, preferably big. No, he didn't. Now there's a chance to leave a shot, but now, even if she leaves a shot, if he doesn't hit it, he's in trouble. Okay, he needs a 5 or a 4-1. 5 or a 4-1, 6-3. Okay, now count. Don't do anything rash, Antionette. Count out what's happening here. 4, 7, 8, 9. Phil has 10 crossovers and might miss. And you've got 11 cross. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 crossovers. Okay, 6-2. Now Phil rolls a little baby thing. We got to reassess here. This is very close. That's a little baby. Now, what's happening? Antionette has 4, 7, 9. She's got 5 rolls, 9 checkers, and every double works. Double 2s work, double 1s work. She's got 5 rolls. Phil needs 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also 5 rolls, but he's got misses all over the place. This looks like a This looks like a powerful redouble, and I'm not sure Phil has a take. The powerful, very powerful redouble. That's a good girl.
16?
Yeah, turn it to 16. That's I like that. Okay.
With the 16.
Better yet. I don't think you can take it. No, I don't think you can take it.
Well done.
Be interesting to see if she actually had a double the roll before, but she certainly had a powerful double there. That might have been good timing. All right, Antoinette takes the lead. 5 to go to 7 to go.
Showed me something I didn't know. I had a terrible problem.
This is round 2 or maybe round 3 of the fighters bracket.
I didn't know it would be that tough.
And in my mind, I kind of view this as Antoinette and Phil's tournament. I don't know who's actually behind it and puts it all together, and I apologize for that.
Joe Sylvester's play.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's not silly to split and hit loose off the 2-point, like a little version of the tempo hit. This one plays itself. Back checker's already split. 11-point is valuable. Bears right down on the 5-point, which is what you want to make. Well, this is a monster double. All right, Antoinette's within 4 of the goal line. A double and a gammon wins the match. You need exactly 4 to go. You don't have to be terribly shy about taking the cube unless there's a big one-way gammon going on. All right, play for no contact. Not sure, even if it's the right play, not sure I'd do it. All right, hit them both is perfectly reasonable. Get in, anchor somewhere. Well, it didn't anchor anywhere. Maybe just three checkers down to the 9-point. Build something later. There, the point is worth something, and the builders are worth something both. This looks much better than, for instance, making the 2 or making the 4. Cute. Yeah, I think she should actually sweep them both. Sweep the leg. And she's got the 2-point built. Phil is, well, this looks prettier short term. Now Phil just needs to hit with a 4 or a 3. Ace-3, that counts. Antoinette will hit back if it's legal. We're fighting for the fights for the 4-point now. And she's basically forced to hit back. Doesn't really want to split out to the 18. Nice. Now Phil would like to 4 and hit 2 checkers.
Like this. Aren't you supposed to be a little scared? It's me.
I don't know if he's trying to give her a lesson or razzing her. If there's sound on, I don't hear it. 5-3, that's a hit. Now Antoinette wants to hit back too, but she also kind of needs a high anchor if she can't hit back. And that is not a high anchor, so come in with a 5 as forced and must hit. Every so often Phil dances. But things of, well, Phil keeps hitting the shots. 4, 5. Yeah, I think so. Hit them all, touch them all. Now she needs a 5 or at least a 3 to stave off the attack. Preferably a 5 and a 3. And that's no good. I think Phil can, whether she's got to take or not, it's not Phil's problem. He should double. It's a bit of a mess. Now, he hasn't actually built a 2nd point in his board yet, but she's got 5 checkers back. All right, this has the earmarks of a garbage take, but the match score may be enough to scare me away. Let's see what happens. I like it. He's razzing her or giving her lessons or something. And that's a cover and a hit. Exactly what he planned to do. Now she needs a 5, and her take looks pretty good. Bit both checkers in, better yet. Roll a 5. Double 4s would be fine. Double 2s is pretty good. I think, let's bring them both in and then stop and take a look. Get your hands out of the way. Stop and take a look. It might be right to make the 21 point. All right, hit, go for the gusto. Go for the gusto. If he dances now, it's exciting. In, but can't make a new point. In fact, can't do anything. Yeah, I guess.
How's that for a
I
play?
guess, plan B, slot the 4 point. Okay, one's hitting the outfield, but he really wants to knock off the 5 point. She really wants to knock him off the 5 point.
I thought about
I don't know. Might be right to hit that. She can't. This back game's not gonna have the timing. I think she should have tried to go forward. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. I don't see anything better. Now get off the back points. You want to try to play an outfield holding game, not a back game. So step up step up with that and then go to the 8.
I feel very honored.
Don't leave any extra shots. Try to keep all your checkers in play. Hope he doesn't fill in his 4 point, and then either get it yourself or hop your spare out into the outfield. Well, interesting time to consider running. And if he doesn't run and just stacks up all his spares, what's that accomplish? Just hopes to build the 4 point next turn. She should get out from the 23 point no matter what. Of course, that's blocked. So much for that idea. Yeah, maybe she should have come down off the mid and let him hit if he wanted to. I think he should hit. If he doesn't hit, he does that? Now she can potentially attack him, which, she can still win this going forward. Hit them both. Yeah, good play. Hit them both. All even. And he dances. That's odd. But can't do anything. All right, you need to hop out of there with the checker on the spare on the 23 point. That's arguing more important than covering the blot. So hop out with that. And then I think you can cover the blot. I don't know why, you're leaving a direct shot anyway, so you might as well have your 5 point. All right, now we got counter-attacking chances. 4s hit, 3s cover, 1s and 2s and 5s hit the other checker. What's hit and cover? What's the problem? Now if Phil dances, he can, Antionette is, not only did he not dance, he rolled arguably his best shot. All right, well, this what I said had no timing for a back game might have a little bit of timing, but it's not a back game yet. Come on in with double 4s or double 2s. Still try to catch something coming around before he's bearing off. But if Phil goes fast enough, Antionette could hang on to the timing here, and this would be. What do you just do? That's it. That's legal, I think. Okay, don't come in on the 1. Come in on the 2 or the 4. Keep your checkers spread out. Yeah, just what I said not to do. Okay, Phil would still like to make his 4 point, but cannot. Oh, look, stack them all up. If he doesn't stack them up, what's plan B? Cut with the ace-5 nonsense. At least if you roll an ace this time, put it with a 3 or a 4. All right, this is good. 5-2 is a cute shot. 5-4, there is no 4, just a 5 off. All kinds of awkward numbers next turn.
I'm not. I'd like to be you.
I understand.
In many ways.
I'd like to be me too.
I want to be you.
Okay, 6-2 is poopy. 5-3, 5-4. 3-2 is not going to work. Okay, any 4 or combination 2s and 3s. Any 4. And if she dances, this could get even messier. All right, now be careful with your 2s and, well, 2s are okay, but 3s are awkward here. Boxes are awkward here. All right, now there's going to be repeat. This thing that didn't have any timing has great timing now. Oh, ho, ho! Worst possible roll. Absolute worst possible roll. Still, any 5 is bad. 6 is forced. I think, yeah. Okay, 2 or 4-1-1-1. There's still recurring problems. 3-1 is not right. Slither on up. Okay, 5s are bad. 5-2. Now what? I guess you got to just lift it. Okay, aces. Aces. Any ace. Catch 1 block, we might get 4 or 5. I think you want that point. Okay, look at this. 6-5 is stuck. 1-1, great shot. The only question is that the right way to play it? Well, he didn't even look at it. Oh, there was no other way to play it without leaving a shot. Okay, so we wait for our 1, 2, spread them around. I don't think you want them together. You probably want to spread the checkers around. I guess she's a little worried about being backgammoned. That's a fair point. All right, aces and 4s are blocked and therefore leave shots. 8-5-1 is particularly nasty, or 6-1. 3-2 is a great shot. He dodged, leaving a quadruple boople or whatever it would have been. Okay, watch the backgammon. Yeah, I think you want to hold that. Just take 2 out. See this now if he rolls a 1, it's not a repeating shot. Okay, now he's basically going to hit. See, if she played it the other way, he'd be forced to play 3-2 and leave a direct shot, but there'd be more direct shots later. Now you either want to hit it or stay out. Ace. Ace to make it interesting. Stay out. Okay. Beware deuces. Big doubles takes 4 off. Okay, now we need an ace, and we're getting a little worried about that backgammon. Get an ace. Catch 1, you can catch all 4. Get an ace. Ooh, okay. In with a 5, out with a 4, so everything is free next turn. 2s are better for the backgammon. 2s are better. Yes! Oh my goodness! Poor Antionette missed 9 million shots and got backgammon for her efforts. Oh dear. That gets it to Crawford.
Sorry.
Wow.
I didn't roll so well, you just rolled lousy. You didn't hit me.
Very, very sad.
Nice roll.
I can't count the number of shots she missed. And then there was that awkward ace-5.
So you think you got it in the bag?
All right.
No. I think you
He's only got 4 points to go. Gammon is live here. Gammon, you win a gammon here, and the next game's for the match. Backgammon is essentially meaningless, just saves a free drop. Gammons do no good for Phil. So Antionette wants a gammon. Phil wants not to be gammoned, but doesn't need a gammon himself. Okay, who got 5-4? Phil did. Earlier in the match, he played 2 down when he was behind 0-2. He's almost certainly going to go the other way here. He does not want any gammonish positions, which means make an advanced anchor or get into a race. I actually wouldn't make the 2, but that's just me. I'd come out with a 6 and down with a 4 and get coverage all over the board and try to wrestle. Okay, he wants his anchor. Slots the 5 good. She wants to hit. Anything that hits, she'll hit. But anything that can hit, will hit.
Kynan, are you winning? You still winning? My hero. Yep, attaboy.
That's a hitter.
I didn't see that roll. Would you roll over?
Yes, I'll roll over.
I was talking to Kynan.
You guys are two nefarious characters.
Well, Phil will gladly hit back if he can. Yeah, I guess that's reasonable. Sort of looks prettier in the front court to hit with the 3, but in the back court, I think coming in on the 22 is probably better than coming on the 24. You wouldn't mind making the 22 point here. When your opponent makes his own 2 point, his or her own 2 point, then making their 3 point, you know, basically if nothing else, you can laugh at the 2 checkers out of play behind you. Turn back and cackle. Blow raspberries at them. Whoa, what's that? 1, 2, make the 10 point. Now Phil rolls a 4 and everything's fine. If he doesn't roll a 4, everything's not so fine. You want the 10 point, Antionette, that's for sure. Okay.
I know about it. I've heard it before.
Roll a 4, don't dance. In with a 5, balance with the 2, make the 4 if you can. Make the oops, that's a leaning snouter. Okay, once this match ends, we're taking a dinner break, at least for streaming purposes. Answer a text. All right. I turn around to answer a text from the tournament director saying this is the last streamed match until after the dinner break, which I think runs until 8 o'clock Eastern Time, U.S. It's right now 5:30 Eastern Time, U.S. All right, more text from the organizers. Antoinette's coming around the board. Phil's at least in and playing. I think he's right not to leave any stray direct shots. Try to build up some kind of board before he hits anything. Antoinette wants to scramble home. That scrambles nicely. It seems to be a good spot to go. I don't see a good reason to do anything else. 3 plus a cover. 10. I think he can hit. He's just almost conceding the game. Is that worried about getting gammoned? Yeah, I'm suspicious about that play. All right, on we go. Yeah, I think just get as close to home as you can. Any 5 or a 4-1. And he's already built his board, so this is good. Boy, oh boy, he's playing. It's at some point, playing to avoid the gammon is also playing to avoid winning. Well, he was right that time. In with a 5, 2 in. See, the problem here is that he's going to just be, well, make that point. Good. At least he saw that he could do that. Antoinette needs a 10 or bigger to try to just get out of there. She'll run with pretty much anything. That's annoying, but I think she has to do it. Out with the 6 and bury the 3. I don't know about this. This makes future plays much tougher. Those spare checkers she just did away with are bad. Finally, Phil realizes that some sort of offensive action is required. I think this is right. And this is the other play. That frees up the nines for Antionette. Plus, you know, he's still going to have a problem. Even if she leaves a double shot, she might get out. Just run out there, and which I think she should do. She's chewed up her spares. No, well, she keeps. Well, maybe this time it's right. Now you got a lot of flexibility next turn, and Phil has not shown any propensity to want to hit. All right, here we go. That's an 11. 10 isn't bad. 12s are pretty good. Let's see how 10 works. It's also a 20. 15, 20. All right, now we got Antionette rolls a few double sixes in a row and wins a gammon. That's a start. Now it's not so silly. Bill has 11 crossovers. Antionette has 12. I mean, you know, Antionette rolls another double. She's actually got him. Don't roll any aces, big numbers. Oh, there's an ace. Now we're, all right, Phil, wait for her. She rolled an ace, you roll an ace. That's a good boy. Split something somewhere, okay. 4 off, big. That's not bad. At least it wasn't an ace. Don't mess around, Phil. And he messes around. At some point, sticking a checker on the 5 point might be a good idea, but maybe not yet. All right, no miss. Oh, that's very helpful. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, big doubles, Antionette. 4s are better. 4s are better. Ooh, all right. It's still set up for 3s are better next turn. Needs a 6 without a 5, 1, or 2. By the way, he's not off next turn. Not only does double 5s miss, but 5, 2 misses. Get them all off. Any doubles, any 3s are bigger. Oh, there it is. She showed him how to do it. 5, 2's a miss. Double 5s or 5, 2. Double 5s or 5, 2. Double 5s or 5, 2. Oh, no luck. Very exciting. She very nearly gammoned him. All right. Antionette is now 5 away.
He knows about everything.
Means there's no.
And today, glad to see him back in the
3 of it. We're playing to 9, not 11.
For several years there.
More than 7.
No free drops available. All right, good start for Antionette. With a non-number, double, take. Don't forget to hit your clock. Take. Now, a gammon wins for Antionette. A simple win ties the game, and it's double match point. Oh, there. Well, it's, she's already escaped, filling all the holes. I wonder if he didn't play that too fast, if maybe making the 5 point and stepping up was a better idea. Wouldn't have worked. All right. I think just everybody down, or down and cover and slot. That's fine. Also, there's some awkward numbers here. That's not one of them. I don't think you want to leave all the shots. So, you know, the spare on the 8 point is almost as good as the spare on the 9 point because there's only 2 on the 8 point until now. Does nothing. Still not sure. Maybe the ace shouldn't have stepped up in the back, but Every so often people make the 23 point, but I'm not sure this is the time for that either. All right, Phil. Just sitting on everything. Antionette has some awkward numbers. Well, that's one of them. All right, hit him on the 2. Now, if he dances, it's bad. If he hits and gets hit back, it's bad. Come in, and does he really want? Well, he didn't think about it too long. I guess he's just trying to save the gammon, but he's also diminished his winning chances. That might have gammoned him if he'd stayed spread out. Okay, now Antoinette's a pretty big favorite, just to cruise past him and not win a gammon, but not lose the game. How's she's not anywhere near box proof. She could still have something funny happen and lose this race. That is nice to make that point. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. 6-2. Cover and slither. Now try to roll something that spreads your checkers out and gets off the 9 point. That gets off the 9 point. All right, that made the race a little less close. Phil can close his board. Watch the 4s and 1s. Watch 4s and 1s. Double 4s is sort of nasty. 6-1, there's a shot. Yeah, just leave the 11, don't leave 13. Any 3 basically wins the match. 3 for the match. 3 for the match. Everybody takes a drink of water. I saw the ace first. Antoinette's in deep doo-doo. He's got some small single-digit chance of winning this. Maybe Phil will roll 6 or 7 1s, 2s, and 1 2s in a row. Nah, no luck. Okay, double 6s leaves a shot. You got something to root for. That's not it. And nothing leaves a shot. Nothing leaves a shot again. Now, if Antoinette dances, 6-5 leaves a shot. Okay, give her a chance. Ooh! Now she has to dance, and then 6 numbers leave shots. Dance for a start. No! Second worst enter number. She's basically toast at this point. Almost dead on all numbers. Roll until the guy has no checkers left. Don't worry about resigning if it's possible or not possible. Every so often you roll quadruple 6s and take 15 checkers off. All right, congratulations, Phil. Nice fight, Antoinette.
Thank you, KG.
We're on dinner break. I'm not sure. I think we're back at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, U.S. And we'll see who's up. I may or may not be back, but I've enjoyed talking myself hoarse and watching the match with you all. Thank you very much.
Good luck in the rest of the matches, Antionette.
Thanks. See you guys at the next one.
I got lucky there with that 3. Boy. I got a bracelet.
to your